Oh.
So, good morning to everyone. Welcome to our third in-person board meeting in 2024. It's been 1 year since we have been here at AICPA, and it really seems that it was yesterday. I think that I can remember each discussion and each of you contributing to what we have now here on the table to discuss. It's a great pleasure to see you again. I hope that you are all well, that you had safe travels for the one traveling to New York, which was the case for most of you, and that you could still enjoy a little bit of this great weather in New York in September, which I actually did part of the weekend. The other part, I was just being kept away from the dangerous UV radiation at the office, preparing for today. So it's a really pleasure to have you here, I'd like to start by thanking AICPA for the generosity of offering their offices and allowing us to meet in this amazing place with this amazing view and this amazing light coming from the windows. It's really a privilege, and we are very grateful for that possibility. Well, to start, I'd like to welcome our two public observers and official observers, Janine van Diglen from the PIOB. Welcome, Janine. Janine is for the first time observing the IESBA board meeting. Janine has a lot of experience in observing IESB, so she's not new in town, but it's actually the first time observing the IESBA board meeting, and I hope that you enjoy it and that you find it at least as interesting as IESB's meetings, but I'm sure that you will get addicted to the work that we do and the ideas flowing around this table. Very welcome, and I hope, thank you very much for being here, and we are very much looking forward to listen to your comments and your suggestions and contributions. Also a special word for to Yohei. Welcome, Yohei, once more, our official observer from JFSA. You're very welcome to the meeting. And together with this, I'd like to give a special welcome to Marta Camarius, who is again with us. I don't know where Marta is sitting. Marta, we are all very happy to have you back 1 year after. You're very welcome, and it's really not only a pleasure, but a reason to celebrate that you are with us again. Very welcome. Also, Deepa Agrawal, who is Amarjit's technical advisor. I don't know where Deepa is, but I'd like also to welcome Deepa and thank her for the significant work that we have seen you doing over this time. And the welcome also Denise Canavan, who is a former technical advisor. She's here with us today, and she will be with us tomorrow as well. And also Lisbeth Osterman, who was supposed to be with us. I don't think that she's not, but anyway, I'd like to thank her as well, together with Denise, for the support that they have been providing to Luigi while Marta was away. So virtually, and also thank you for Jens Engelhardt. I don't know, Jens is there. Jens is there. Thank you for your interest and for always joining us, even after your former role at the board. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Virtually observing the meeting, we have Rich Huskan, board member. Hello, Rich. I'm sorry that you can't make it to New York, but for very understandable and justifiable and happy reasons. So it's good to have you there. And we hope that you will be able to provide the usual strong contribution, even not being here in person. Jens Paul will be observing the sustainability session and is already also on the screen. Jens Paul, former board member, everybody knows Jens. Thank you very much for being with us and for together with this meeting that you will partially observe to all the significant and important contributions that you keep on making to the IESBA's work on the tax planning area, but not only. Thank you very much, Jens. And Caroline Lee, and we should never forget our former board members who promised to be observing the meeting as well at very unsocial hours in Singapore, but you will be very welcome, Caroline, in case you are already watching us. I take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to the public observers who decided to join us today, as well as who will follow this week's discussions on IESBA's YouTube channel. Thank you very much for your interest, and thank you very much for your patience sometimes, because the discussions this week promise to be very technical in some cases and very intense in some other cases. So I'm not going to say much about the agenda that we have ahead of us today. We will have the opportunity to go into details about each one of the topics. But this week's agenda, of course, promises to be very intense and very challenging. But I'm eagerly and anticipating the very rich discussions that lie ahead. And I'm also looking forward to the joint plenary session with IESBA on Wednesday morning at IFAC's office, where we will, I hope, close a challenging chapter of the work of this board, of IESBA's board. I encourage you all during the meeting to focus on substantive issues during the deliberations and offer constructive suggestions for possible solutions to identified issues. I'd like to stress again what I told you in my email last week, which is the need for all of us to come here with open minds and ready to make any agreements or concessions that we may need to make, of course, not affecting the core of the projects and their focus on the public interest. But this is the normal process of good standard setting, as it is the normal process of good regulation when we have a lot of people, jurisdictions, interests, backgrounds, etc., around the table, that we have to land in a place which makes everybody at least comfortable. It can be something different from what each one of us have dreamed of, but it will be for sure a strong product that we'll get out of this meeting. And speaking about this, getting into the agenda, sustainability is, of course, I don't need to say it, the most critical topic that we have this week in the agenda, as we are heading to the finalization of this standard. I don't need to recall you all the commitments that we made to finalize this in December 2024. I don't need to tell about the efforts, the incredible efforts and dedication that it meant for the board members, TAs, task force staff, and etc. This goes without saying, and it was a unique project from that perspective. But above all, I'd like to make sure that this week we will do everything that we need to do to get ready for a smooth way ahead until December. And I'll say more when we start the session on sustainability, but really I would ask and call the board members to keep your minds open and be ready to do what we need to do to get in the place where we want it to be, and we promise to be next December. I'm going to go very quickly through some recent outreach and related activities. There is a document that you will have seen which says a lot about outreach activities, but some of the most recent ones. I'd like to start by thanking board members who participated in some of these outreach initiatives. These are of strategic importance, even on sustainability. After the sustainability exposure draft closed, this outreach continues being important because some stakeholders take time to mature the proposals that we made and are still coming with some suggestions and some proposals, some of them which will be subject to our discussion today, but also an incredible effort on from culture and governance, not to speak also about CIVs, where so many stakeholders were reached and so valuable inputs was collected from these outreach opportunities. If there's any board member, TA, staff who has participated in any outreach initiative which is not in the paper which was distributed, please let us know because we need to get it complete and right. The planning committee met yesterday to prepare for this meeting. Thank you for the board members who participated. I know it's difficult on the day before the meeting and for some of you on the day that you arrived, jet lagged and etc. But I think it was a very substantial and useful preparation and meeting. The planning committee also met earlier in September and as needed to make sure that we are connected and that we are prepared for what we need to do. The Stakeholder Advisory Council, the SAC, I'd like to give you an update. As you know, the first meeting of the SAC happened earlier this year, in April, end April, and it will meet again on November 4 and 5, coinciding with the US elections. It's going to be an interesting time to be in New York. The staff is coordinating the agenda with the IESBA and the SAC chair, Alan Johnson. So we will soon release an agenda for that meeting, which we are very much looking forward for, because the example of the first meeting was really impressive in terms of how much the stakeholders sitting at the SAC contributed substantially to some of the topics. It was a really good discussion. We hope that we will manage to have a second one as rich as the first one. I'd like now to invite Ken to provide you some updates on some administrative matters on the IESBA handbook, and other administrative matters that you may have, like minutes, or do you prefer me to say it?
I'm happy to just speak to those, Deborah, no problem. The handbook has been issued, and you should have received a copy of those, a printed copy. So these are, of course, complimentary. For those board members, board participants who are joining us virtually, a copy will be mailed to you. In relation to, I don't know if we should cover the staff updates as well. I'm happy to speak to those. Just some updates on the staffing front. First of all, we have finalized the recruitment of an IESBA staff fellow. So we will have somebody joining us with basically the support from KPMG in the US. So that individual is Elaine Cahoon. You will see her from tomorrow. She'll be with us for about 3 days. She's based in Washington, D.C., and she'll be joining us as a staffer, as I say, for about 18 months or so, at least initially. And once she joins us, then we'll onboard her, and then we'll see where we're going to deploy her. So that's in relation to the staff fellow, and we're continuing our recruitment efforts. And you will hear a little bit more about this from James later on, later in the week, as part of the executive session. The second update is in relation to the recruitment of the IESBA communications director. We have been recruiting for a strategic communications director. That process has been completed now, and essentially we're now in the stage of finalizing the contract with that individual. The expectation is that he will join us by the end of November. He's based in Portugal, and he's gone through a series of interviews, etc. So, as I said, the process has been completed now, and we will soon be looking forward to seeing him in New York, hopefully for the December board meeting, and you will have an opportunity to meet up with him. Finally, in relation to the senior manager vacancies, we are in the final rounds of interviews for filling up one vacancy on our staff bench. For a senior manager, we have 3 candidates who've been shortlisted. We're just in the final rounds, as indicated. Hopefully, we will be able to finalize that position, fill that position within the next couple of weeks. So that's in terms of the staffing updates. Just in relation to the administrative matters, a couple of things. Hopefully, you all will have been able to access the Wi-Fi here. If not, then there is a sheet here with the access codes. Secondly, in relation to the microphones, if the light is red, it means your microphone is off. If you're not speaking, do turn them off by pressing the basically the circle around the microphone. They are very sensitive, so if you do not wish anything to be heard publicly, do make sure you turn them off, because otherwise it's going to pick up everything that's going to be said. Finally, we are here really with the gracious hospitality of AICPA. They do not have too many people on hand to assist us in terms of the sort of the administrative support, etc. So we would ask everybody here if at the end of the day you could help to clean up after you, use cups, use plates, etc. Just take them to the sort of trash bins in the sort of the pantry area there, where we can really help the people who will stay over just to clean up. So that's really in terms of the administrative matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ken. Just recalling you that we will have a board dinner on Wednesday, right? About which Astrid will kindly provide you more information, and this is going to be our opportunity to the usual very important side conversations, which makes this board so cohesive as it has already become. So with this, I think that these initial words, I have said at least what I wanted to say at this stage. There will be a lot to be said over these 5 days, but the time is really scarce for everything that we need to do. I hope that in 5 days' time we will be here with a lot of important deliberations and in a good place, which honors the work that has been done over the last months and years by this board and the staff. And this brings me to the first topic in the agenda, which is sustainability. And before I give the floor to the task force, I don't know if it's Sylvia, I'm seeing her signing, but before I give the floor to the task force, let me just get back to this topic that I had already introduced somehow. I want to reinforce this is the most critical topic we have on the agenda, and it's not only because of its substantial important, but because we really need to make sure that in December we will be completely, or I'd say even after that, we will be completely in a position to make a deliberation which makes everyone around this table comfortable, as well as our stakeholders. So as you know, at least a substantial part of you know, but some of you may not know that this summer has been insane for the people in this board and the staff involved in sustainability. There were no breaks, no holidays, no PTO, no vacations, no. It was night and day making this move and advance. With two objectives, of course, the exposure draft closed in May, and we had more than 90 responses to analyze, which is per se an incredible challenge. But also by May or June, we were requested to work on this coordination process, which was actually what kept, I think, I believe, the board, the task force, and the staff busier until around end August. It was a full-time job in itself. So I need to start, and I usually thank everyone, but this time is a very special thank, and I want to convey my special gratitude, respect to the people, the board members, the staff, the TAs, who over summer involved in sustainability, and expert as well, did an incredible job, demonstrated an incredible and unique dedication to this cause and these objectives, and were able to provide us with what we have here today to discuss, which is, I think, and we will see also in the coordination session how far we have gone, but I believe I'm very confident that we have the materials and the work done that we needed to have to be able to have a substantial and meaningful discussion and to make strong and robust decisions in that respect. So if I were to set the tone for this discussion, and I did it already somehow, it would be for us to keep, again, I will reinforce it, our minds open and to make the necessary agreements if necessary, and to make our hands dirty in this discussion, going and doing what we need to do to make this objective a reality. So I'd like to have the board engaged in this discussion and with this approach of understanding that we need to get to a place where everybody is comfortable, but do what we need to do for that purpose. So I think that in terms of coordination, that there is nothing else to do or to say, but the board will say, and we will decide that. It was an incredible pressure on this board, but it's not in our DNA to give up or break or bend. So we did what we needed to do in face of unexpected difficulties, and did what we needed to do to serve the public interest. So besides the technical work, which was huge and amazing, now we have to position ourselves in face of the reality of this project. And if it's not expectable that we all have the same opinion about all the topics, I think this is normal. It is expected that each one of us is able to think twice before and think what's really the core of the project and what's in the public interest before we position ourselves. So there was the way the task force and the staff worked over the summer and before. It reflected significantly the very collaborative and very open approach of the task force and of the staff towards the responses that we received during the exposure draft and towards the collection of comments that we received over the consultation period. The work is visible. I mean, we have comments analyzed and responded with respect to everything. And I think that the task force and the staff was very successful in trying to integrate and incorporate these comments and try to respond professionally and always with the focus on the public interest in a very successful way. So the reasons for why I'm insisting in this need to get out of this discussion on sustainability in a place which puts us very, very close to the possibility of approving the project. It's not because it's not a vain or silly will of having this done, even if you know that I'm always rushed to finalize things, but it's because we made a commitment. We made a commitment 2 years ago. We publicly announced, because this was the request, that we would be ready in 2024. And we know that we did it not only because we got a request, but because there was substantial, and there are still substantial reasons which require this project to be over in 2024. And not to say more, of course, there is a need in the market. I remember some board members here 2 years ago saying, this is urgent, we need this, and some representatives of the profession. So we heard this very well. We also heard IOSCO saying this is absolutely necessary. In 2025, January 2025, we need to have this ready. And we had some significant and continuous requests to say, are you going to be ready in 2024? Are you going to be ready in 2024? So we are a serious board. We honor our commitments and our promises, but we are also responsive to what the market really needs. And the fact that there will be a disconnection between the approval and of ISA 5000 and IESA already creates some risks, and the larger this disconnection will be, the bigger the risks will be in terms of fragmentation, in terms of local options that jurisdictions can make when implementing ISA 5000 and etc. So I'm not saying anything new. We discussed this over these last 2 years. So I think that I just wanted to make sure that everyone is on the same pace, on the same mindset, and following the same line of thinking. And that's why this objective is so dear to all of us and so necessary to achieve. And with this, I'll stop here immediately and give the floor to Sylvia, not before thanking the task force and the staff who worked on these proposals for the incredible work done. And I say it sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Asta, can we have the slide up? Thanks. So as usual, we would like to start the sustainability sessions with presenting to you the common issues, the issues that are relevant to both Workstream 1 and Workstream 2, to ethics and independence. And as Gabriela mentioned, we have quite a heavy agenda on sustainability today. And basically one of the objectives of the session is to consider the analysis of the significant comments we have received during the public consultation and the Sustainability Task Force responses to those comments. You already received a summary of these comments in agenda item 2B. And as we have mentioned before, there were 89 comment letters, so quite a lot of comment letters. And given the time we have this week, we are not presenting to you all these comments. So we will take in this agenda item 2B as read. But if you have any comments regarding any issues that raise in this agenda material, please raise it for us, even though it's not included in the presentation slide. So we would like to focus during the sustainability discussion on the proposed changes to the sustainability exposure draft, and we would consider that as a first read of these proposed changes. These are the changes that we circulated to you in agenda item 2A. And importantly, the other objective of the session, as Gabriela mentioned, that we have really close coordination with IESB, given that IESB is planning to approve the ISSA 5000 this September. So our objective as well is to discuss and reach agreement with IESB on the key coordination matters. And in the agenda item J and J1, we circulated a table that includes this coordination matter, and it shows IESB and IESBA position next to each other. Given this coordination as well, the way we built the sustainability session this week, as you could see on the agenda, that first on today, we would like to focus on or discuss with the board the coordination matters that are relevant with our coordination to the coordination with IESB, the ethics, the independence, and also the use of experts issues. So we would like to discuss those issues today, and if necessary, we have some time tomorrow morning as well, but we hope that we can get to the end today. Also because on Tuesday, the IESB and the IESBA sustainability team have a meeting in the morning, where we are going to discuss the comments that was raised by IESB and IESBA on these coordination matters. So if you have any comments on these coordination issues, we would appreciate if you could provide that during the course of today or tomorrow morning, so we can raise that in that session. And after that, of course, we will continue with the discussion on the remaining ethics and independence matters that are not related to the coordination on Tuesday. And Wednesday, we will have a joint IESBA and IAASB sustainability session. And our objective is to, as I mentioned, to the extent possible, finalize these coordination matters. So again, at this session, you have the chance to raise any comments you have regarding the coordination process. And on Wednesday, again, we will continue with discussing the other matters. And if time allows, we would like to have a section by section review of the standard. So again, as usual, we are going to presenting the proposed changes. Please raise your comments throughout the presentations. But if there's anything, any issue we missed or didn't cover, you will have the opportunity to raise that during this the section by section review of the proposed changes on Wednesday. On Thursday, if there's any issues that came up during the discussion, we will have a turnaround session. So both workstream 1 and workstream 2 have several workstream meetings throughout the week to discuss these comments. If there's any significant issues, our plan is to bring you back some updates and proposals if necessary and discuss those on Thursday. So if any comments came up, please let us know during this session, or if there's any editorial, please email us and the task force will consider them. And with that, I think I would just jump on the next topic, which is a brief update of a session that or an engagement we had with IFAC representatives last Monday, where we presented them our proposals, and mainly we were focusing on the issues that IFAC raised during their comment letters. And at the session, it was Mark, Laura, and myself who presented. So I would just ask Mark to provide a brief update on that session.
Thank you, Sylvia. So the session that we had was with the SMP advisory panel. It was an opportunity for us to set out key feedback that we received from the consultation on the exposure draft and to outline how we propose to deal with that feedback. There was recognition of the importance of the work that we do, particularly because the panel had also had an update from the IESBA talking about the fact that I think they said something like 55% of global GDP will be covered by IESBA reporting standards, for instance. So a recognition of the very fast pace of change and the very fast pace of standard setting that has driven that. In terms of the key areas of feedback, there is still some concern around value chain and its complexity. And we'll be able to talk through some of the things that we've done to address that. But equally, there needs to be a recognition that part of the challenge around value chain is the way it's actually built within the reporting framework that then drives an assurance need and also drives the way in which we need to frame ethics and independence standards. There remains this concern that we've talked about before, where a lot of PAs worry about non-PAs being able to use the code. It still is the case that the non-PAs, limited in number though they be, are not raising that concern, but it is something that we have to be part of. And there was also a lot of interest in our commitment to deliver implementation support guidance. People are very interested in seeing what that will cover and what it will do. One of the things that was recognised is the changes that we've made in respect of the value chain the recognition that we've got of the status of sustainability assurance engagements is a positive step. One of the areas of challenge is, of course, the fact that in jurisdictions there is work at different paces to actually implement sustainability reporting and assurance and actually set out who can do that work and how. And that means that one of the challenges is that the way in which the code could be used is the same requirements could have different implications for different jurisdictions, whilst they all play catch up. Concerns about the fact from the SMP community that they're not in a weaker position than the non-PAs coming in to do the work and to make sure that it's a level playing field to do that. And thinking about sort of barriers to actually carrying out that work. I do think that we've got a number of things where we've actually been able to do that. Some concerns expressed about particular areas of alignment with the IESBA. So we've actually, following the discussions at the June meeting and following the sort of very clear steer and advice from the PIOB at the time, we've actually aligned our terminology with the IESBA in terms of group components and value chain components. And there was some questions raised about, you know, does this actually add greater clarity, or does it run a risk of providing a slightly more confusing landscape? So we've had to be very careful in how we've done that. Question about the definition of pies. I think broadly that there's support there for the line that we've taken, that initially we use the definition of a pie for the purposes of the financial statement audit rather than creating additional ways of doing that. But there's still a concern there that if jurisdictions choose to add to that pie definition, it does add to the complexity of what people are looking at. Lee White raised questions or raised a point about for non-PAs choosing to use the code, and indeed ISSA 5000, there are licensing implications, but you know that's not really within our in our framework of our work. And of course, a recognition too that there would be a need for a lot of upskilling and training to make sure that people are able to take on this work. And I think that to me brings in one of the key challenges. You know, we already know that, and the example's been used again and again. CSRD is already moving. Reporting is already taking place. Assurance will shortly be taking place. It will be moving from limited to reasonable assurance, and therefore that's why we need this and need it so urgently. And there will be a lot of training, and there will be a need for people to upskill and move forward. But you know what we're doing with the code is a critical enabler in that respect, and therefore that, to my mind, only adds further pressure as to why we've needed to keep up this sort of rather frenetic pace over the summer. So, you know, we recognise the fact that this is a very significant undertaking, but it's a very significant undertaking that investors are asking for, jurisdictions are already starting to put in place, and we should not be seen as the one that hold things back. So I think that's probably the key messages that I'd bring out, Sylvia. So back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for the next few minutes, John and I will present you the feedback that we received regarding the 3 questions on the explanatory memorandum. So as you recall, or maybe not, we had 24 questions in the explanatory memorandum. They were divided by ethics and independence matters, but there were a few of them that were actually common to the whole project. And so I will start with questions 1 and 2. Question 1 was related to the key characteristics of the IESA, the International Ethics and Standards for Sustainability Assurance, including the independence standards. And it asked respondents if they thought that the IESA was, on the one hand, equivalent to the standards that are applicable to the audits, and on the other hand, if they thought if the IESBA was framework neutral and profession agnostic. And so, as you can see from the pie charts, we had a majority of respondents agreeing that the IESBA was both equivalent to the standards applicable to the audit engagements, as well as framework neutral and profession agnostic. There were, of course, numerous comments regarding both these topics, and most of them related to whether there was a real level playing field between professional accountants and non-professional accountants, including in terms of the language that we use in the IESBA. And then a related question, which is question 2 of the explanatory memorandum, if respondents agreed that the IESBA complied with the characteristics that are in the public interest framework. And again, we had a majority of respondents agreeing that the IESBA was responsive to the public interest. We had some comments on part 5 or the IESBA being too long, very complex, and or difficult to navigate. There were also some respondents raising doubts regarding the authority of the IESBA to develop standards for non-PAs, which is something that this board also discussed last year. Respondents mentioned the risk of creating an unlevel playing field between professional accountants and non-professional accountants, noting that certain jurisdictions may not have designated responsible oversight authority for sustainability assurance practitioners who are not professional accountants. And they also raised the need for sufficient implementation time and guidance regarding these new standards. Sorry. No worries. Since the responses to both these questions were very similar, we are presenting them here. The responses and the proposals from the task force, we're presenting them here together. And so, in terms of the comments regarding the implementability and enforceability for non-PAs, how can the IESBA contribute to a level playing field? Well, on the first hand, the first thing that the IESBA can do is to issue adoption and implementation guidance after the approval of the standards. However, it's worth noting that monitoring and enforcement of the standards is always a matter for jurisdiction, and the IESBA, this is outside of the IESBA's remit. In addition, we also have the strategic partnership between the IESBA and the International Accreditation Forum, which the IESBA believes is a very important step for the adoption and implementation of the standards for non-professional accountants. And also in terms of the subsequent phases of this project, and turning the standards that we have in Part 4B of the code, will also, turning them into profession agnostic standards, will also help close the gaps regarding what is applicable to PAs and non-PAs. In addition, regarding those comments regarding the language that is used in Part 5, it's also worth noting that the task force has been working very closely with the Sustainability Reference Group to ensure that the language in the IESBA is capable of being comprehended by all users, regardless of their professional background. It's also worth noting that the IESBA Part 5 is still about a technical service. It's about assurance. So there needs to be some degree of technicality in the language that is used in Part 5. But in any case, there were efforts made by the task force together with the reference group to use as far as we can neutral, non-accounting language where possible. And I will now turn to John regarding the question on the effective date.
Thank you, Laura, and good morning, everyone. Just go to the next slide. Okay, so question 24 in the explanatory memorandum asked stakeholders whether they supported the effective date of the IESA aligning with ISA 5000, so the IESB standard. And then the ISA 5000 explanatory memorandum included a proposed effective date of 18 months after the approval of the standard. So as you can see up there, a substantial body of respondents agreed that the IESA should align with ISA 5000. There were comments, obviously, in relation to that. Many respondents believed that the IESBA should provide a sufficient implementation period and also support material. And some of those comments referred to providing sufficient time required to develop materials, also around translation, training for organisations to update their systems, etc. They also referred to IESBA ensuring that they balance the perceived urgency, I guess, around certain mandatory assurance coming into place, but to balance that against allowing sufficient time for first-time users, so in particular non-PAs, but also around addressing stakeholder comments and to ensure the quality of the standards and for due process. So after close coordination with the IESB, so the task force proposes that the effective date of the IESA be aligned with ISA 5000 and also taking into account the comments from stakeholders around providing sufficient time. The proposal is that the effective date is set for 2 years after the approval, so that would make it December 2026. And as Laura mentioned, the proposed effective date aims to provide that sufficient time for IESBA to develop guidance materials and for the jurisdictions and practitioners to adopt and implement the IESA. So if you can see on the right-hand side in the green box, there's actually a few aspects to the proposed effective date for the IESA. So firstly, the effective date is proposed for assurance engagements and sustainability information reported for periods beginning on or after December 15, 2026, but also as at a specific date on or after December 15, 2026. So for a point in time assurance engagements, which we understand that to be less frequent, but it is the case, which we during discussions with the IESB in particular. So this will apply to sustainability assurance engagements that are both within the scope of the International Independent Standards in Part 5, but also those that are outside of the scope of the international standards for in Part 5, so those that are more applicable to Part 4B. The other thing also, as the ethics provisions in Part 5 apply to all other professional services performed for the same sustainability assurance client, it's proposed that the IESA is effective for such services beginning on or after December 15, 2026. The task force is also proposing that early adoption be permitted and encouraged, so that if jurisdictions are wanting to bring this forward, that early adoption is available. The task force also discussed the effective date for the sustainability reporting related revisions. This is to the extant code, so parts 1 to 3 of the extant code. And also the proposal is for that to be aligned with the IESA and to be effective from 15 December 2026. And again, with early adoption permitted and encouraged. So the main reasons that we thought the alignment was for the best was, although the provisions of the extant code are only impacting professional accountants at this point, and the provisions or the proposed revisions are not overly substantive, we understand that PAs are currently subject to adoption and implementation in a whole range of new standards. And aligning this with the IESA will minimise the impact for national standard setters, professional accounting organisations, and also professional accountants as well, as they can implement and adopt at the same time as their IESA. Again, we're proposing for early adoption, which also means that jurisdictions can accelerate adoption if it's needed at the local level. The other aspect is in relation to using the work of an external expert. It's also proposed for those to be aligned with the IESA, but Laurie and Cam will explain the details of those during the expert session in terms of how that would come about. So we're just wanting to get the IESBA's views and whether they agree with the proposed effective dates. I'll just go back to the previous slide there.
Do we vote?
No?
Thank you very much. Mark, Sylvia, Laura, and John. And I think we can now start the discussion. I'd like to hear from the board members your reactions to these presentations and proposals that were made.
With regard just to that question or regard to anything that we've heard?
I think that
First presentation.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. And this, I think this is in the presentation is, or maybe I could just ask, are the identity of all the non-PA practitioners that are given substantive feedback identified in 2B, agenda item 2B?
In the appendix of 2B.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. No, I think it's very important that we have an effective date that align with as 5,000. So it's a good idea. But for us in Brazil, it's extremely important that the early adoption is allowed because it will IFRS S1 and S2 will come into force for the period of 2026, exactly to be reported early 2027. And our Securities Commission is asking for reasonable assurance then. And we want to have the full package, both ethics and assurance and the reporting at the same level. So for us, it is very important that the early adoption is allowed. So I totally agree with the proposal.
Thank you, Vania. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. In principle, I agree that the two standards should be aligned. And I also think that there is an urgency to have something available and applicable in terms of ethical requirements, including independence, because so far, at least this is my experience, jurisdictions are going on with their own approach in order to address matters connected with 2024 and on assurance on these matters because the law and regulation are there. And so I agree that we should act with a sense of urgency on this matter. On the other hand, I will not underestimate the implementation issue that the entities has and the firm have that are really challenging in my view. So I do not agree very much with a qualitative comment where 2026 would be sufficient to have a correct or adequate implementation of these rules, simply because we don't know what we have in front of us. No one knows. And in terms of number of additional entities that this code is scoping in terms of independence, I'm speaking about value chain components, for example, or entities under operational control. I know that they are scoped in any case, by the reporting standard and by the assurance standard, but we are setting the independence as we are deciding the adequate level. So while I think it should be considered how we are considering them, which type of requirement we are introducing is up to us and not up to the reporting standard or the assurance standards. And implementing as I understood, I'm not sure to have correctly understood everything, but implementing as I have understood so far in the text is not a challenge that we should underestimate. Considering that the number of entities would be higher than for the audit part. And while the two standards are equivalent, say the current code and Power 5, they are not de facto equivalent because we are introducing other perimeters that there are not now in the current standard. So I urge the task force to consider transitional provision in addition to those that already have been considered for NAS, for example, or for the partner rotation, the key assurance leader rotations. Otherwise, the risk is that firms and entities, I think, will not be able to completely and appropriately implement the standard even by the due date. I think that this is really a key issue. And I don't think that even the board would be able to prepare guidance, implementation guide, and so on. I don't think that there would be sufficient time, at least in most situations, to implement everything for the due date.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Luigi. I'll probably go back to you with some additional questions, but thank you for this very thoughtful intervention. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you again. Yes, sorry to come back, but in the discussion about the the effective date, I mean, I don't. Does anyone have a view as to what proportion? This is a very impossible question, but just I wonder if you have a personal view as to any possible proportion of the assurance practitioners who will be applying the standards that are PAs versus non-PAs. I mean, we made the decision to introduce the Part 5, so that everything would be in the Part 5. But to the extent that PAs are implementing Part 5, incrementally, there's a little limited amount of stuff in Part 5 that PAs are not doing otherwise. So to help PAs be able to implement this, I don't mean to be getting ahead of ourselves, but it does address the issue of the implementation date. It's a big part, but I'm a PA. I'm thoroughly familiar with, I'm saying if I'm a PA and I'm thoroughly familiar with parts 1 through 4, what do I do incrementally when I apply Part 5? Because it might be overwhelming, and it probably will be overwhelming to those people that don't get to read this as many times as we do, to know really what that does for them. For the non-PAs, I'm still concerned that we've made all this complexity for the non-PAs, and perhaps there aren't a great portion of them who will be applying ours. So anyway, this is a general topic, and forgive me if I put it out of place, but I thought this maybe does deal with the issue of me considering what the effective date would be. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So maybe I can help to provide a bit of insights into Andy's question. And this is also related to the matter I wanted to brief the board about, and that is that just last Friday, we had a further conversation with IAF. We had some of the key representatives from IAF on the call, and that was a follow-up to some early conversations we've had with them in terms of how we are going to be moving forward related to adoption and related to adoption itself, how IFAC as owner of the standards, because IFAC holds the copyrights to the standards, might enter into licensing arrangements with IAF and the relevant accreditation bodies. By standards, I mean not just the EASA, but also ISSA 5000, because IAF also intends to essentially adopt the assurance standard that IWSB will be finalizing later this week. So the conversation covered a number of items, and I'll come to your question in a minute, Andy, but essentially we explored how within the IAF ecosystem, the standards issued by the two boards would be taken up by the relevant accreditation bodies and the certification bodies. IAF indicated that its role is essentially to facilitate and bring about a level of consistency in terms of practices by accreditation bodies. IEF itself is a global organization. I think, as the board knows, it is a global organization for accreditation bodies around the world. There are about 90 or a little over 90 accreditation bodies, so about 90 plus jurisdictions that are members of IAF. And most jurisdictions have one accreditation body. In a few of them, there are more than one accreditation body. So probably we're talking about 80, 90 jurisdictions. In terms of how IAF works currently with the standards issued by ISO, that's the International Organization for Standardization, IAF has an MOU with ISO, and that MOU essentially is about how IAF will be facilitating the take-up of ISO standards by accreditation bodies for purposes of accreditation, as well as for the certification bodies and the companies themselves, these subject entities that are subject to the certification work, how they would be taking up the standards issued by ISO. Essentially, the standards issued by ISO they are behind a paywall, and whoever wishes to use the standards essentially has to pay a fee. The current approach within the ISO ecosystem is that the accreditation bodies will pay a nominal fee to ISO in order to be able to use the ISO standards for accreditation purposes. But the bulk of the licensing happens at the level of the certification bodies and the companies themselves, because companies use the standards to essentially be able to make sure that whatever they want to have certified, whether it's systems, whether it's processes, whether it's whatever measurements they're doing, that those are being done in accordance with the ISO standards. So the standards are being used by the companies themselves, but also the certification bodies when they come in to certify that whatever the companies would like to certify have been performed in accordance with the ISO standards. So most of the basically the bulk of the licensing will be happening at the level of the certification bodies, and there are some certain let's say there are options in terms of the pathways for licensing of the standards by the companies and by the certification bodies. The standards can be bought in bulk because ISO has literally thousands of standards across numerous fields of certification. Equally, the standards can be licensed on a per-use basis, depending on the jurisdictions and depending on whatever arrangements are undertaken. We were also apprised of another model that's currently being used by accountability. Accountability also has an assurance standard for sustainability. IA 1000 is a general assurance standard. That standard also uses a per-use approach or model for licensing. And again, it depends really on the jurisdictions and the particular certification bodies or the assurance practitioners in terms of how they're going to be using the standards. And if, at least in the context of accountability, there are individual agreements between accountability and the certification bodies or the assurance providers in the individual jurisdictions. So coming back to your question, Andy, in terms of the extent of use, at least as we stand today, according to IAF's assessment, out of the 90 plus accreditation bodies, it appears that there are going to be potentially around 20 accreditation bodies that will use the standards issued by both IESBA and IESBA. So that's currently the current assessment, because clearly we're still early days when it comes to sustainability reporting and assurance. Clearly the market will evolve, and there may be more sort of jurisdictions and accreditation bodies that will come on board. But currently there are about 20 jurisdictions, 20 accreditation bodies. And within those 20 accreditation bodies, their current assessment is about 200 certification bodies that will use the ESA and the assurance standard. So how the licensing is going to happen is clearly a matter for IFAC to work out with IAF, because this board doesn't own the standards, or at least the foundation. So that's for IFAC to work out. But and as indicated, there are a number of options, a number of models for licensing. But that's what we were informed. What IAF did indicate is that it can assist IFAC to work with the relevant accreditation bodies in terms of developing a framework for engagement, for IFAC to engage with the accreditation bodies around the world and bring about a level of consistency in terms of how the individual arrangements might be put in place. But clearly then it's for IFAC to determine what would be the sort of the payment model, if there is going to be a payment. We did indicate, of course, free is the best model if standards can be made available for free, but that's probably the least likely option that will work out in practice. Then we talk a bit about next steps. IAF, as I think some of, or if not all, the board might have heard before, they are working on a link document that's been raised as a piece of work that they've been doing at their level. They have charged one of their certification bodies that are working very closely with IAF to do that link document, or that bridge document, as they call it. That document will serve a number of purposes. One is to assist training for the certification bodies and the accreditation bodies, because clearly in terms of the IEF ecosystem, they've been carrying out certifications in accordance with certain processes, using the Azure standards, etc. So they know very well where they stand. But when certification bodies move to our standards issued by this board, as well as IESBA standards, they need to understand what's different. So what's incremental, where the gaps are, etc. So that link document will serve both to train as well as to inform as to where the gaps are, so that they then will be able to inform their stakeholders as to what they need to do. So they're working feverishly on this link document. They will engage with us to understand whether they've identified the right gaps, so to speak, and whether inconsistencies might be, and then we'll take it from there. Right, so we'll have another meeting set up. They did indicate that they will be able to have greater clarity over the coming couple of months as they pursue this work, and then once they have the clarity, then they will be able to perhaps work on what the relevant arrangements might be in terms of adoption of the standards at the jurisdictional level. So that's hopefully a bit of sort of an update from the IF side in terms of how they're progressing the work. There's a bit of a chicken and egg question here for this board when it comes to adoption implementation, because as we've already touched on earlier on, and to Luigi's comments, support for implementation is going to be critical, not just for the PAs, obviously, but importantly for the non-PAs, because they're going to be taking up new standards in those jurisdictions, at least, that will adopt those standards. And in order to develop implementation support, that will need to be preconditioned at adoption. So what comes first? Does the board wait until jurisdictions adopt within the IF sort of environment before it develops or commissions implementation support material? Or does this board go ahead and commit the resources and whatever it might take to make those resources for implementation available in order to facilitate adoption and thereafter implementation by non-PAs? Right, so that's a question for the board to maybe consider later this week. But I think there's a bit of a sort of sequencing question that needs to be considered and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, for this detailed information provided in response to Andy's question. I know that Mark was first, but can we please collect all the comments and get back to you, Mark? Because I suppose you want to respond. So Andy,
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Ken. That's very informative. I just had a follow-up question. You mentioned IAF with the 90, and of the 90, there'll be 20, and those 20 will then lead to what they expect, 20 certification bodies. How is a certification body different than a sustainability assurance practitioner?
They're essentially the same thing. It's about 200, not 20. 20 accreditation bodies.
20 accreditation bodies would then have it used by 200. I thought I wrote down certification bodies, but
Yeah.
are those SAPs?
These are the SAPs.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And
Conformity assessment bodies are called.
yeah,
Conformity assessment bodies, yeah.
yeah,
They're
conformity
the ones
assessment
that
bodies or certification bodies. I mean, that's essentially the same thing.
practitioners.
The people who will be issuing the sustainability assurance.
Correct. The
report.
practitioners, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
practitioners. And what they, if I might add as well, IEF did indicate that it will be public. In fact, it is public knowledge already within the framework of using the ISO standards as to which certification bodies are essentially certified to use the ISO standards. They have a schedule of a certification schedule that's available in every jurisdiction. The certification body, sorry, the accreditation body will publicize which certification bodies have been accredited to carry out work in accordance with ISO standards. So that's public knowledge, and they anticipate that this will equally be the case in relation to the IESA as well as the IEESB standard.
Then I think my final educational question to understand is, of these 200 people who may use our standards, are they, if they do sustainability assurance work, are they required to use our standards, or is it a choice that they could make to use them?
This is an excellent question, Andy. Well, first of all, the accreditation bodies do not accredit individuals. They accredit the firms. And there is an expectation that once a firm is accredited, it will do what is going to be necessary to make sure that the individuals who carry out the assurance work within their firm have meet all the requirements in terms of competence, impartiality, all the requirements, at least from an ethics perspective. So in other words, accreditation happens at the level of the firm. But to your question as to whether it's voluntary or mandatory, this is going to be depending on the individual jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, the assurance work will be, you take the EU, for example, there's CSRD, so assurance is going to be mandated, right? So it's going to be required, it's going to be a legal requirement, and therefore, if in a particular jurisdiction, the law or regulation requires the assurance provider or practitioner to use the standards issued by IESBA or IEESB, these are the standards that will be used, and therefore the accreditation will be against the standards. But in some of the jurisdictions, certification bodies may use the standards of this board on a voluntary basis. So it is going to be dependent on the different jurisdictions.
Yeah. And if I may just add, and it will be dependent on whether the jurisdictions will or not allow non-PAs to provide these services. This is nothing with IESBA. Each jurisdiction makes an option about whether to allow them or not. If they do, then everything that Ken said applies in terms of the application of our standards. But this is not for the IESBA to decide.
No, I understood that but it's not so it's up for the jurisdictions to decide. It's not up for the IAF or any of their members who subscribe to their services to impose. So a subscribing person in the IAF universe may use our standards, but whether they're required to use our standards is up to the jurisdiction.
Yes.
Okay.
May I raise a follow-up question?
Yes.
Short one, sorry.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. So it is also well possible that the Part 5, the IESA, will be used on its standalone, so not with the ISA 5000 in some jurisdictions, either voluntarily or mandatory. Or is that correct? My conclusion what I heard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, yes. The ESA can be used only because, as the board knows, we are developing the ESA on a framework neutral basis. So
Yeah.
it is not dependent on the assurance
Yeah.
framework being ISA 5000.
Yeah,
It can be in
But
your assurance
that's,
framework.
yeah. So, but in practice, this is in theory. So, but
Yes.
in practice, this is really gonna happen.
Mhm.
Could happen.
Yes.
Most likely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janine and Ken. Mark, finally. Sorry, I think, but it's probably good to go back to Mark now.
Yeah,
So
because there's
he will have difficulties in responding.
because there's a few things that join together, and actually, you know, sort of Luigi's the sort of starting point about how this is used and why is it used. Although a lot of our dialogue focuses on the IAF, it's not the only horse in the race. So there are lots of boutique providers. There are lots of big global providers, bodies like Accenture, that also have an interest in the space, and therefore things will be moving at different speeds. Luigi's question prompted a thought from me, because I've been having quite a lot of engagement with the preparer community as well. And one of the things that's quite important about the IESA is it does offer a dialogue for preparers to have with possible assurance providers about what are they actually using in terms of independence requirements and ethical requirements. And if board members who were here at the time remember back to when we had the presentation by David Madden quite a long time ago now, IFAC had done the survey about, you know, what are you asserting compliance with in terms of ethics and independence? And in a sense, it was an easy ask if you were asking a PA, because in virtually all examples, they were asserting compliance with the IESBA code. What we found when we moved out of that space is that people were just asserting their independence, but not saying what it was in accordance with, or they weren't even saying anything about independence. It was just a blank thing. So, you know, the importance of the alignment, I think, in the effective date is equally one that sort of opens that dialogue up to make sure that people are demanding a suitable level of independence and ethical requirements from who they choose to engage to provide their sustainability assurance. And I think that there's a sort of set of teeth there. I think the other thing, and this is sort of almost like an ask of all of the board members, is we have worked with the IASB to align effective dates, in part because it gives us leverage, because we enter the market at the same time. And I think that that's an important thing. One of the things that the task force has thought carefully about, though, is there are a number of proposals in there for transitional provisions. We need to think about whether or not that list is complete, because what we don't want to do is effectively create almost like a retrospective application of something that stops someone participating in the market. Now, I think that we've done that in respect of NAS, and I think we've done that in respect of engagement where someone asserts compliance with, say, Part 4B of the code, because that's what they were using before the IESA came in. But I would sort of ask if all board members, as we go through the discussions this week, could give thought to that, as to whether or not there is more that we could do as a way of making sure that we've got that best possible run. And I think, you know, again, sort of going back to the sort of Accenture type example, there's a real possibility of you know, having a much more sort of transformative thing if you can get those large global non-PA participants to also sort of pull in terms of where they go. But I think you know, that's a really helpful discussion for us. But I would encourage sort of not to focus too much on just one participant. We've got to make sure that we move all of these participants along, recognizing that there will be different levels of sophistication and different needs as we move into this.
Well said, Mark. Thank you very much. Sungnam, please.
Yeah, as a follow-up to Luigi's question and issues he raised, I'd like to ask Ken, we had a meeting with our IAA last week. So I'd like to know whether they have expressed any concern or challenges they may face in the future in terms of implementation of our ISAs Or at this stage, are they comfortable with our current proposal? Do they have any view?
You refer to a meeting with IAA?
IAF.
IAF.
Yes.
In terms of how they.
Yeah. What they think of
No,
it.
absolutely. Thank you very much, Sungnam, for your excellent question. What IAF did want to make very clear, and maybe that I should have conveyed that to the board earlier, is that IAF doesn't have a role or doesn't have a mandate to change standards or modify standards for whatever reason. Its approach is that if a set of standards has been developed in accordance with recognized due process, and importantly, if a set of standards is recognized in all regulation in any given jurisdiction, it is not IAF's role to challenge the quality or the robustness of the standards, and therefore it will not seek to modify the standards in any way. Its role is to facilitate the take-up of the standards and the rollout of standards for purposes of accreditation and so forth. That said, IAF also has within its, let's say, its system of promulgating mandatory documents or requirements. It has a role to assess schemes. Schemes are essentially programs of assurance, if you will, that are really sort of very narrowly focused assurance engagements on particular matters. And the requirements or the procedures under a particular scheme might have been developed by a scheme owner. For example, the Get It Fair program, which I think we had updated the board previously on, that is an example of a scheme that's developed by just one scheme owner in a jurisdiction for a very specific purpose. And IF's role there is to really assess the appropriateness of that scheme for purposes of accepting the scheme and the scheme owner within IAF. And therefore, for that scheme owner to be able to say, it is a member of IAF. But otherwise, if it's a suite of standards, like I say, that's been developed in accordance with due process, recognized due process, international standards, it will not seek to modify. And therefore, to Sungnam's question, IAF is really intent on really taking all the steps necessary to make sure that the standards will be adopted, if you will be taken up by the relevant accreditation bodies at the national level. If there are questions about interpretations, it will not address those questions itself, but it will refer those questions to the relevant standard setter. And that's what we can expect.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah, Amajit, please.
Thank you. So just a couple of quick points. One is the 18-month period for implementation looks reasonable, but we should also look at early adoption and how we can facilitate that. I think that would be helpful, but that's a separate discussion. So let's park it for the time being. I had a suggestion on the compendium of standards, which is maintained by Financial Stability Board. So FSB has two sets of standards which form part of the compendium of standards. One is the key standards. Key standards, FSB expects all G20 countries to adopt on priority. And those key standards are like your insurance, IAS standards, your IESBA standards, your banking supervision standards. And then there are corporate governance also, OECD. And they also recognize who's the guardian of those standards. Then there are other complementary standards which contribute to the achievement of core standards. So if we can, just a suggestion, if we can engage with FSB, and there is a defined criteria as to how you get in that prestigious list, so to say, So if you get there, then you are actually telling the world that IESBA standards are important, and it's important for a sound financial system that you need to build in your country. So I think just look at it if it's worthwhile engaging a discussion with FSB on inclusion in the compendium of standards.
Yes, and I can just let you know, Amajit, we are already engaging and have been engaging, in fact, with the Financial Stability Board. The ESA is essentially on the radar screen for recognition as well. And in fact, the code is already recognized within the compendium that's maintained by FSB.
Right.
So we're on the right track.
Yeah, and actually, the request for 2024, the original and strongest request came from FSB through IESBA and then other stakeholders. So they are the fathers and mothers of these requests, and then they knew why they were asking for that. But that's an interesting perspective, and I think we should look at it at least and engage with them to see how they do that. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify a couple of things because we spoke about a lot about non-professional accountant and how these matters should be dealt with. But I am more worried about the basics, so the professional accountant, even those that are, let's say, more advanced in terms of technology, system, quality management, and so on. And the issue here is that, well, there are issues in many things, in many respects, but the issue is not passing from 4B to 4A concept. I don't think this is really a big issue. The big issue is the fact that if we were in the same condition with the same entities without introducing any third parties entities, I would agree with everyone that, well, 2026 would be reasonable, but we are introducing here a number of third parties entity, which number we don't know. No one knows, frankly, but we can expect that should be more than less. And we are, and the board is intending to set the highest standard. Let's say, let me use the word full independence, even though it is not precise. And this would mean that suddenly we would have a very huge additional number of entities subject to full independence. And the issue is that they are not under control, governance, or even significant influence from the groups for the current clients, the audit clients. And therefore, we will need to, the PA, I'm worried about the PA. For the other, it is probably worse, but so far I'm speaking about the PA. The PA would need to include everything in their internal system of quality management by setting up systems, procedures, processes, and so on for a number. I would not say huge or not, but more likely than not would be at least equal to the current group entities, probably more. And so I don't think we can simply say, well, nothing changed, it is reasonable. I think we need to acknowledge that it is a big challenge for the PA, even those really advanced with their processes and procedures, more for those that are not, of course. And therefore, and I already said that, while keeping the implementation date, because there is no sense to have two implementation dates that are not the same. But in any case, I think if we would like to work for the public interest, we would need to have implementation transitions in place in order to make it possible, not make it easy, but make it possible, this implementation. As an example, but I'm not saying that this is the only one, as an example, probably the independence concept for value chains need to be properly transitioned, and therefore for this specific matter, a transition rule is necessary.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Andy, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. A lot of information I'm learning today. So again, I'm just still reacting to what you said. Did IF tell you the names of the 20 jurisdictions they were thinking?
No, we don't have that information at this point, and not yet. No, and they did not offer at this point. So we can certainly find out from them in our next conversation.
If you could, and if that
Yes.
could be circulated to the board, I certainly
Absolutely.
would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Andy, and it's a reasonable question that I also have. So I don't see anyone wanting to comment on these proposals and the presentation. Mark, do you want to react to anything on top of what you have already said after these comments?
I don't think there's anything else to add at this stage, Gabriella, because we're sort of ready to move on to the next chunk after the break.
Christelle, anything from you? Okay, thank you very much. I think it was already a good discussion, and the question on the effective date actually took us to discuss a few other things and go back, I think, on the reasons why this is important. Thank you for your initial comments, Luigi. I remember that you were one of the ones asking for urgency and quick moving in this space when we first discussed it in, I think it was in March 2022. And June. So yes, we know why this is urgent, but I'd like to recall the issues of fragmentation, the possible individual jurisdictions making their own decisions on the ethics space, which is a terrifying scenario after all this effort to deliver something which should work together and complement the performance framework in ways that there will be an international performance framework and an international ethics framework. But there is also a risk that some jurisdictions and the professional accountants or practitioners more widely, if there is not a common effective date and a common period of implementation and adoption, etc., they might be guessing what would be the interpretation or the possible interpretations around the application of Part 4A, while Part 4B would not be available. So it could be very concerning, or it can be very concerning, but I think that we are well positioned not to allow that to happen. And thank you for the comments around the effective date and the very careful and thoughtful approach to possible ways of making sure that this will work well. I'm sure that the task force will take it on board and come back with some suggestions about how we can address those legitimate concerns in the best way possible. So thank you so much. And my agenda tells me that we should break now. So a little bit later than it was supposed, but thank you very much for this first discussion. And we will reconvene in 20 minutes. So 10:50. All right. Thank you.
Good to see you. Okay.
Just a memory. So, okay. Remember in
Not yet, actually. Some,
Oh.
just finished.
Go back.
there was one where I think it was John. Settled on
So thank you very much for being back after this short break. And after this good discussion that we already had in the first part of the meeting, we are now going to understand from the task force what they have done in terms of coordination and what are they suggesting that we discuss in terms of what was changed and moved to make sure that we would meet the request for coordination with IESB. Before we start, I would just like to give you a little bit of context. As you know, IESB finalized their exposure draft earlier than we did. And then, of course, they worked on the responses. And on the basis of those responses, the IESB has made some significant changes to their proposal, namely in the area of groups and value chain, which, of course, then made us look at what we had suggested and adjust as necessary to make sure that the two proposals were coordinated. These are probably the most relevant areas, but I'm not going to say anything else and give the floor to Mark to tell us what has been done.
Okay, thank you. Every time I use the word coordination, you can tick off something on your bingo card, and I think we'll probably have filled the bingo card by about 11:15. So I'm going to spend a few minutes at the start of this session just running through some of the key things around groups in particular, and what we've done in respect of the question around group sustainability assurance engagement. So you'll remember that we had that was over quite quickly. So you remember that we had a specific question within the consultation alongside the exposure draft about whether or not people supported the inclusion of group sustainability assurance engagements within Part 5 of the IAS. So you'll see that we got a broad range of comments, but you know, on balance, there was a recognition that sustainability reporting and assurance will often be on a group basis. Now, part of that is sort of driven by the fact that that's what we're seeing. Not that it is representative of global practice, but you know, we've talked a lot about CSRD, and the reason we've talked a lot about CSRD is it's the first out of the gates. So therefore, you know, it fills a lot of the bandwidth. But broad agreement about the importance of having robust standards to cover group engagements. Of course, part of that also recognised the importance of alignment between the IESA and ISSA 5000. And could we ensure that there was consistency of approach? Of course, what we've now got from the IASB, and I will sort of go into that in slightly more detail, is the fact that they have amended their standards so now that it does cover group engagements, and they have updated the definitions and what sits around it accordingly. It won't surprise board members that one of the things that came through the feedback was how do we do this in a way that minimises complexity, and again, sort of perhaps going back to the discussion that we just had on the effective date, how do we ensure that there is appropriate time for people to get up to speed and to understand how the IESA works and what guidance can IESBA and indeed other players also provide to ensure that it's properly implemented. Like I've had some discussions with professional bodies in the UK where they've looked at the extent to which there is a role there for the profession, not only in carrying out these engagements, but also in a sort of mentoring and training type capacity for other providers. So that's where we got to in terms of that question. In terms of our coordination, tick 1 point. So what we've actually done is, following on from the consultation, we've actually now aligned our definitions and engagements with IASB. So they now have a fully sort of group-based approach within their standard. and a significant amount of work has gone into ensuring appropriate alignment between the two sets of standards. I should say before there's any sort of concern from colleagues that alignment has meant that we have alignment with ISSA 5000 at the expense of any other framework. The task force has been quite careful to ensure that where we have made sure we have consistency of terminology, that is not something that excludes the use of another framework. And indeed, one of the things that we've been drawing on quite a lot is sort of Christelle's been explaining to us the experience that they have in France, whereas part of the CSRD implementation, France was, I think, the first mover in the European Union. They are allowing the work to be carried out by both practitioners and non-practitioners, and therefore we've been able to draw on that to make sure that although we lean on ISSA 5000 and ensure that they both work together, it's not at the expense of another framework should someone choose to do so. So in terms of what we've done with the IAASB, we have met regularly to ensure that we've got alignment around definitions. So previously, we've amended the previous wording to now follow the same approach of a group component and a value chain component. Board members will remember in our previous discussions, we had effectively said that the value chain was not a component. But what we've done is we've aligned the definitions, but in a way that does not place any additional obligations on value chain entities. And one of the things that I should say is that although we've been doing a lot of work on the coordination piece, this has not resulted in us adding in additional things. It has effectively allowed us to align terminology around things that we had consulted on already. There's further guidance on components at which assurance work is performed, and we'll go through in more detail what this has meant later in terms of the restructuring of some of those independence provisions within the code itself. You'll see in those boxes the broad things that we've been working on with the IAASB. In terms of components, you'll see there the definition that we've got in the blue box on the right-hand side, which is on the screen, so you can see where we've got to. As I said, originally we had gone out in the exposure in the exposure draft to exclude value chain entities from the component definition, but we're now aligned for independence purposes with ISSA 5000. This is something that, of course, is also adaptable for whatever reporting framework you're using, because the concept is actually driven by the reporting boundary that's being used. And therefore now we've got these definitions of group components and value chain components, but that has been a benefit to us because it has allowed us to simplify some of the provisions that we put in the ED, and therefore where we had a series of different things where there was optionality, now it's become a lot clearer in terms of what we're saying. So for a group component, you'll see the definition again in the bubble on the right hand side, but a group component effectively either at the level of a legal entity or the level of a business unit, functional business activity. The one thing I know has been the source of discussion as we had the education session, and indeed in some of the exchanges that we've had by email, the IAASB has used this term of operational control, and we've also sought to do that. Of course, operational control is something that is long established in terms of reporting frameworks. You know, if you're reporting using IFRS, it's a well used and well established term, and therefore what we've done again to ensure that we've got a sort of framework neutral approach, as we've said, operational control is ultimately is ultimately determined by what operates within that particular reporting framework. So there's an example there on the slide. Effectively, you know, how are we using this term? I know that there has been, I know that there have been some questions raised about should we be including that as a defined term in a particular way. Actually, one of the difficulties in doing that as a defined term is then you effectively anchor yourself to a particular reporting framework, and you move away from your framework neutral approach. So building on group components, we now have value chain components, and again mirroring the text that we've got sort of from before, either based on a legal entity or a business unit function or business activity. And in the glossary, we've still retained the definition of value chain for the purposes of the ethics standards. So again, we've gone down a route that's ensured that we are aligned to the greatest degree possible, but not in a way that undermines the operability of the standards themselves or anchors us to a particular reporting framework. So for the purposes of the group sustainability assurance client, that does not include value chain components, recognizing the difference between the two. And of course, as we included within the exposure draft when we went out to consult, the independence considerations in respect of a group client do not apply to a value chain component. So we've maintained that position that we set out in the original exposure draft. What we do have are specific independence considerations where assurance work is performed at a value chain entity. But again, we have not gone further than anything that we set out in the exposure draft. And indeed, as we'll talk about later in this session when we work our way through the full set of slides, we have actually managed to address some of the concerns that a number of board members had about value chain and sought to actually make it operable in a slightly more straightforward way. So with that in mind, oh, here we go. So in terms of what we've done in groups and the definitions, firstly, really to ask the board whether you're content with us continuing to retain the provisions addressing group sustainability assurance engagements. And now, of course, we have got a situation where that aligns with where ISSA 5000 is. Are board members supportive of what we've done to align the definitions? So we've closely coordinated with the IESBA. And of course, I can only emphasize that a lot of the feedback that we got through the consultation process stressed the importance of there being that alignment. And also what we've done in terms of the alignment around a component, both group and value chain, to align with the approach in ISSA 5000. We also want to see board members' views in respect of that. So mindful of the fact that we've got a fair amount to go through, I'll pause there and ask you to open the floor to colleagues, Gabriella.
Thank you very much, Mark, and sure, time to start the discussion. Thank you very much for this very clear presentation and for the work done to get here. And Christelle, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I do not want to preempt some other discussions that we might have later. So if I'm too early, just tell me. But in this approach, you have set here that you want to add illustration, guidance, etc. on assurance work in a guidance. Yes, I wonder if
this would be also will be or would be the same answer for IEESB, because assurance work at for me is operations, it's performance, so it's assurance standard. So I understand that it might be the reason why we feel better to have this into guidance, right, than into a definition, for example. But I wonder if it's all the same analysis from the point of view of IEESB and why there is no definition of that, if it's useful for both of our organizations now. First question. Then another question is about the question of value chain. The complexity of the relations between a customer and its supplier can be so, it can be so complex, so influential that in certain, I think we qualify them as rare, but there might be some industries where it is more common to have this operational control about on a supplier, okay? And therefore, in the new definition, such a supplier would be included in a group component, not in a value chain component, given the definition. Is it reasonable to think that if this is a case, it is already a situation where the financial auditor has to include that in a different way as just supplier-client relationship, and there is already something going on in the audit? And therefore, rebounding on what Luigi said, do you feel it is one of the situations where it's going to be a very big hurdle to overcome for applying IESA, or it's already a situation where the financial auditors, so the PAs, have experience in terms of dealing with such relationship and having access to such suppliers for financial audit purpose? These are my two questions.
Thank you, Christelle. On the second one, can we park that and come back to it? Because when we go through the section on value chain, I hope that what we've got in the slides will address your concern. But that's probably better for us to cover there. But equally, one of the things is that we've sought to do it in a way that doesn't provide these potential blocks to be carrying out the work. On your first question, the answer is yes, there is that alignment with the IAASB. I think that that David Clark and I have sort of slightly driven ourselves mad by the fact that for the purposes of the code, at means on, but we're not allowed to use that. Exactly.
No, if you do.
No, exactly. But you know, for the purposes, this is what we need to explain through that alignment.
Okay.
But the IAASB has gone through the same process to make sure that we are being consistent and that together they do work as an operable package. Yeah, sorry, Sylvia.
And just further point on the coordination at which assurance work is performed, as part of the coordination, in ISSA 5000, when there is a group planning, they are using the exact same words. So,
but undefined.
Undefined, but it's the same for.
Which is my
we use
point.
this concept for the group audit as well. So we're gonna follow the same concept as for the group audits. So that's why when we get there, IAASB and IESBA will have the same, need to have the same guidance because the wording is the same.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Vanya, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I just, first of all, generally, I really like where the task force has landed on this particular issue. My question is, when it comes to value chain component, the definition of value chain, and not to, I mean, wordsmith, but I just want to understand this. So
when we're defining group components, the first bullet says when the group component is a legal entity, it is the entity and any related entities over which the entity has direct control. But when we get to the definition of a value chain component, it says when it is a legal entity, it is the entity. And so it stops there. Is this intended? So what about other entities that it has? I'm just...
So it is intended, because what you have there for the purposes of value chain reporting is, for instance, if you report under IESBA, you need to report on the material entities in that value chain. And it is those entities with which you have a relationship for the purposes of reporting the value chain impact, not the entity and things and other bodies that are linked or associated with it. So, for instance, if you are looking at this in the context of, say, an airline that is buying jet fuel, for the purposes of your emissions scope 3 reporting, you want to know what comes from the provision of that jet fuel, what is that, in terms of that piece of your value chain, not what comes from your supplier's wider business. It's the piece of the business that it's the entity that is providing you with that information to support your scope 3. So it is a deliberate thing that reflects the way that the reporting works.
Okay. So just as a follow-up point, so in principle, and I don't have an answer, and it's just I'm just thinking out loud. I'm definitely for making the standard, generally speaking, less onerous. However, having said that, so I might appear as though I'm contradicting myself, but I mean, you could have, for example, a value chain entity, and just one example that comes off the top of my head, a certain value chain entity and another, let's say, wholly owned subsidiary that is, of the value chain entity, where a lot of, let's say, I don't know how to refer to this, like non-compliant stuff goes on. Is that, would you still be focusing just on the legal entity? So you get my point.
In that context, you would be focused on the entity, because for the value chain, you're focused on the information that you are reporting within your sustainability assurance clients. Now, potentially your concern is if that non-compliance results in the information that is being reported being unreliable or misleading or materially wrong. But actually it's about what is the information that you're consolidating in. And we have to remember that, I don't like to sort of use the term, but for value chain, for value chain reporting, it is more akin to a sort of combination exercise.
Yeah.
It's not really, it's not really sort of going through the level and the depth and the challenge that you go through in an audit of financial statements. This is about actually the bringing in of information to reports and to make sure that is correctly done.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Rania and Mark. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I have two comments, basically. One is for the operational control. I noted a little difference between the use of operational control concept in IESBA documents and in PAR 5. And the difference is that we also have the inclusion of controlled entities, which I really do not understand why it is they are included, because the definition would scope in those controlled entities if they are truly under operational control. We may have an entity which is under operational control. Let's assume a joint control entities where, let's say, there are certain contractual relationships. And these entities may have number of subsidiaries, none of which are under operational control in this sense. So I do not understand why we should include them for independence purposes, considering that we are mixing the operational control concept and the financial or ownership control on the other side without any reason. On the other end, if one or two or many of them are truly under operational control, they are scoped in any case by the definition of operational control. So I think that we are creating an additional layer without really a need here. And I would rather stay with the definition of what an operational control is without adding, let's say, a sort of concept of related entities or something like that, because the operational control is really different from the concept of financial or ownership control, and therefore even the benchmark of related entity is not working well in this case. As far as the other matter already discussed by Christelle, and you said that we will discuss it later, but I think we have, at least it is my fault, probably I didn't understand correctly at this point, but I think that there is a difference here between IWSB and IESBA. And I'm speaking about performing work at, basically. And the reason I'm saying that is the fact that by reading the coordination paper in point 4.3, I clearly understand that for IWSB, performing work at means performing directly or indirectly through a component assurance provider, who is under sufficient and appropriately involvement of the group assurance firm, group sustainability assurance firm. On the other end, by reading the application in part 5, I was told, because initially I didn't understand, sorry, I was told that when we use this concept under the definition of the group, for example, with respect to entities under operational control at which audit work, assurance work is performed, it is completely another thing, because notwithstanding who performed this assurance work, I understood. So if there is another practitioner performing assurance work there, and we are under 406, still it is performing work at an assurance work. If I read the independence provision applicable to a group assurance firm, I was told that performing assurance work at the value chain components is only the first component. So only when the firm directly perform the work and not indirectly. So I'm really confused. So I think that clarity is needed here, at least for me. For all the other, it is clear probably. For me, it's not absolutely clear. What is the meaning of this term in each context in order to make sure that we are really aligned with IWSB?
Thank you very much, Luigi. I don't know if Mark, you want to respond to my questions.
No, we'll quite have to take more questions, but on the point there, Luigi, that we'll take that away into the meeting that we've got this evening, and we'll report back later this week on it. I think it's a case of, as it has iterated with the alignment with the IAASB, we sort of need to look to make sure that that's actually how it comes across in the context of what we're asking for. And similarly, you know, over the thing about operational control, we'll bring back on that one. So no, those are useful prompts. As I say, the alignment process with the IAASB has largely worked very smoothly indeed in terms of this question of work at a component. In a sense, we're looking at it through slightly different purposes, because we're looking at it from an independence and ethics perspective, and the IAASB is looking at it from its performance perspective. But I say we can also report back on that.
Okay, thank you. Andy, sorry, David, I think you were first.
Thank you. So maybe two questions, and I think picking up on something that Rania said with respect to the definition where it stops in value chain at one entity. What struck me on that one is two perspectives. One is today, when you look at what's happening broadly in the market with frameworks and standards, it's a limited definition because it's a very practical thing, right? So the reality is we don't have the data, we can't get it. I mean, there's all sorts of very real limitations today. So I wonder if in narrowing that definition today, do we restrict ourselves in a way, because that data will become available, the standards will evolve and they will change. So I wonder if it's a sensible approach to restrict it today, or do we somehow allow that expansion, which will naturally occur, so that the standard can, in terms of the ethical standard, can adapt to that and go out. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to create scopes creep, but it's just about how do we preemptively think about the natural evolution that will happen, because it will. So that's one aspect. I just wanted to pick up on something that Rania said. The other aspect I want to check up on as well is, it sounds like you guys have done an amazing amount of work trying to coordinate, to your points, as another bingo check. But part of what I wonder is, have we also gone one step further to look at other major frameworks or standards to make sure that we haven't inadvertently created some kind of conflict that we're not thinking about just because we've been so tightly linked with the IESB? So those are my two kind of comments and observations. Thank you.
So
Sorry. I forgot we're sharing.
Just on the second one, yes, we have done work to ensure that we're not excluding. We started off looking at that in the context of ISO, but we also, again, have gone back to some of the other examples that came out of the original piece of IFAC research. Like on your first point, David, about, part of me would like to just effectively say, you just use whatever's there defined for the purposes of your reporting framework. Because if the value chain becomes, a consolidated value chain, then you don't need to say anything. You just actually leave it to that reporting framework. And then, that then deals with things like, if you're reporting under IESBA, when you're reporting value chain, you're only reporting material components in your value chain. Of course, that hasn't stopped lots of people saying, why haven't you said when you're reporting on value chain, it's material value chain components? So we've got to strike a balance. So again, we can talk about that when we meet this evening, but it may just be, and it may help in terms of the framework neutrality of what we're doing, to just effectively say your value chain is as defined by your reporting framework. But we'll see. But this isn't the first time we've been around that circle.
No, I can
and where
imagine.
we've got back to is because sometimes you're in and sometimes you're out. But thank you for the prompt.
Well, maybe think about it as almost an explanatory note, so that as individuals look at it, they understand the context of what's being thought about. And then to your point, it allows that application of the framework as it's said. So maybe that's one way to tackle it in the short term. Again, it's not a solution, but just think about how you might be able to approach it without creating scope creep.
I wanted footnotes, but Ken won't let me have footnotes. So unless I get a unanimous vote of the board that we can have footnotes going forward that addresses this, I recognise that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for raising that, and I'm sure that you will discuss this this evening when possible. Andy, I think you were the next one.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just don't want to jump in and just without saying that I do acknowledge and recognize I don't even know what the proper adjective is for the Herculean amount of work into the words and to the coordination. But there are so many moving pieces to this. I mean, I'm just personally concerned whether I can be just organically comfortable with it. But And I'm also torn between remarks I made at the exposure draft about coordination with the IAASB and where we are now, because our exposure draft had the statement, as you pointed out, that value chains do not include components. And I kind of agreed with that. And now we've got value chain components, which are something outside the operational control. And my mind is blown with that. But I'm torn between the coordination with the IAASB and where we are. But still, I have to get over that, because components, I just prefer to use customers and vendors, or customers and suppliers. So if we deal with financial statements, audits, and information we get from customers and suppliers, it's a much less complex thing. And as you had mentioned, the ISSB requirements are to bring in information, not necessarily to or organically adopt it as our own, as the company's own information about the customers and suppliers. And I agree with this whole discussion with Luigi's comments about the performing work at or on or of the value chain component and what that means. And also with what you said, Christelle, or other people said about this is really a performance issue. But if then we have the coordination issue. So I'm sorry, friends, to be a little, you hear some of my thoughts, but I am troubled by the discovery that value chains are somehow components when we initially went to the public with that they're not components. And I'm just trying to sort all that through with the complexities of what we need to be independent of with regard to the overall. So and I didn't want to say I agree with Luigi. I just wanted to give you some of my other other thoughts, that some issues that I have concerns with myself are issues that we're doing with coordination with the IAASB. But if the IAASB is a given, then how does that affect me sitting on IESBA? And I'm doing my best to sort my way through that, and I'm going to try to work along that. But that's a concern for me.
And thanks for raising that point, Andy, because I think one of the most difficult things for us has been seeking to ensure alignment between the boards, which, stakeholders are in fairly broad agreement they want to see. When you have another board moving at a different time and on a different track. And, we all know that that is not an ideal state of affairs to find ourselves in. All I can say is, as part of the discussions, we've been very clear to our IAASB colleagues that whilst we are looking at alignment, we can't take for granted the view of this board. And therefore, we had a very clear steer from stakeholders. We had a very clear steer from the PIOB in previous meetings that alignment was what we wanted. But actually, later this week or, in subsequent discussions, this board may conclude that actually there is a particular point where it drives better standard setting for perhaps that not to always be the case. But we need to ensure that there is, appropriate balance for that, and that it's done for the best of reasons in terms of making the standards effective and operable. So, it has been a sort of fairly Herculean task. And I think where we have got to is a broadly positive thing to discuss with this board, but there are sort of snagging bits as you go through it where you do feel that it requires some real careful sort of thought about where those words land to make sure that they don't cause an unforeseen consequence.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. If I could just come back, being in alignment is, of course, different than being in conflict. So it is possible for the auditing standards to have performance that covers a whole bunch of stuff that just isn't even addressed in the ethics code. So the ethics code could be simpler from a principles based without necessarily having to answer the nth question set up by the auditing standards. And yet we wouldn't be in conflict with the auditing standards. But in order to join hands with them and put it in our ethics code, that's the part that I have to be sure that I can agree with if it's in there. So in other words, I could agree with things if they're not in the ethics code because they don't create a conflict for me. But so I don't know if the task force attempted to like take the a foot off the gas and let the performance standard address stuff that's not necessarily addressed in our ethics code with a reciprocal answer, but not necessarily in conflict, if that at all makes sense or response.
It does, and there are, as we go through this, some further examples where we'll talk the board through this. And you know, we do remain sort of vigilant about how we do this. Like, you know, because value chain component is the sort of particular sort of moment that some people have. Value chain component is in a sense a new definition that the IESB already had. What we have done is we have ensured that for independence purposes, we've not changed the obligations on the value chain component, but we have aligned in terms of the wording. But you know, we'll talk about that further and see where we take it.
Thank you very much to you both. I think this conversation, I'm sorry, I know that there are others wanting to speak, but I don't resist at this point thanking you for this conversation, which is a very important conversation. And Andy, you never have to apologize for sharing your thoughts, because it's the thoughts of the people around the table at the right moment, which makes us advance. And thank you, Mark, for your response. I think it's exactly this discussion. I thought it would come to the table at some point. I think that we knew it before, that this objective of coordination, I mean, the task force took it as far as possible in a way that I think that nobody can say today that there is any kind of discoordination. But you're right, now it's the time for us to put our critical thinking on the results and see what better serves the public interests. So there is still time to tweak what we probably need to tweak, and explain that the fact that in some points we may not be completely equal, which is a different thing from coordination, does not mean any kind of coordination, and does mean that we as an ethics standards board have put our thoughts and our reflection on what's the best solution. So I'm not saying anything with this that we will change or not change. I'm just saying that this conversation is useful and important, so that wherever we go, everybody will understand how and where we go. And to your point, yeah, I think that Mark has already responded very well, David. But thank you also for raising that point. I think that it was Christelle after this.
I just wanted to just elaborate a little bit on what David said, and it's pursuant to what I said, which is, I think, hurdling the notion of the scope of a value chain to the reporting standard would help a lot, because that would mean that if the reporting standards evolve, then the scope of the value chain component will evolve, probably. Yeah. And to raise the example of sort of commercial window of your supplier, where you have a commercial entity which is invoicing you for a sort of aggregated product that you enter in your supply chain. Yeah. And if the reporting standard says you just have to question your commercial entity without a commercial window supplier, without saying that this commercial entity should be reporting on the basis of a scope 3, then, okay, the reporting standard is asking something which can be very much low-level information, right? But then why would an ethics standard ask for sort of more than that independence? But we have to think about if that commercial entity in the future has to report to you on a scope 3, meaning that all the parts of its group that have been or its own suppliers have been contributing, for example, to CO2 emissions, and it has to report to you on a scope 3 basis. Then the questions evolved about what is the value chain component effectively, the substance of it, right? So just to add this example as a trigger to, is it good? Well, is it a solution to express it as this is to be defined by the reporting standards? And is it sustainable as a formulation? Yeah.
It's a very, it's a very fair point, and I'm personally, I'm attracted by the idea of using your definition in the context of the reporting framework, because then you don't end up with something that becomes time expired. If practice changes, it doesn't. The other thing that I think we're very aware of as well is that we've heard in a number of jurisdictions where they propose a route to ISSB reporting, they propose to delay the implementation of scope 3.
Mm-hmm.
So what we've got to be very careful to do is not introducing part 5 of the code, which works fantastically well for the 4 years that you're not reporting scope 3. And then when the exemption ends, you end up in a complete hole that no one can make work. So I think, we'll talk about that, but I think it's a good steer for us.
Thank you very much. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And let me start by just saying I think appreciate and thank the Workstream 1 for tremendous effort in getting us through the comments and to this point. And I actually think there's a key aspect here that is in 5405 and 5406, which I think if we stay focused on that, we may resolve a number of the things that have been raised, because I find the definitions actually being the point where clarity is lost, but not what's actually in 5405 and 5406. And what I mean by that is 5405 says that when the sustainability assurance practitioner has sufficient and appropriate involvement in the work, then you follow the guidance and the independent standards laid out in 5405. And when you don't have sufficient and appropriate involvement, you follow 5406. And I absolutely think that's perhaps is the right answer, but also something that has been brought to be pretty clear in the revisions that were made. And so when you get into the definition of group, it gets and value chain components, it gets a little more confusing. And yet if you go back and say, okay, it's a group component when the firm is doing the work over entities in the organizational boundary. It's a group component if the firm or a network firm is doing the work as it relates to the sustainability information included in reporting at the supplier or vendor. And it's in the group if there is another sustainability assurance provider doing the work at a subsidiary or an entity within the organizational boundary, or at the supplier or vendor, if the group auditor has sufficient and appropriate involvement. In any situation where they don't, you're in 5406. And I believe the way the audit literature works, 5406 will almost only apply as relates to suppliers and vendors. And I think that can help alleviate some of these questions about performing the work at. But I do think the definitional issues become somewhat of an issue, because when you look at the paragraph B in the respective definitions as a group component and value chain component. The second half of that paragraph talks about operational control, and you can have operational control over individual assets, such as a facility, or a plant or facility, a plane, or a boat, for example, that you lease. And I think what has gotten I think one of the clarity points that needs to be addressed is in those situations, you have operational control over the asset, and you may be reporting greenhouse gas emissions, for example, even under scope 1 and scope 2. But certainly the supplier or vendor is not a group component, because you're not going to, you won't have sufficient and appropriate involvement unless in many of those situations. And just because you have control over the asset doesn't mean the supplier or vendor, you have control over them. And again, that's where I drop back and say, well, that's all clear as long as I understand whether I have sufficient and appropriate involvement, regardless of who the sustainability assurance provider is. And so I think those maybe thinking about that as we look at the wording and how we explain things, including in the basis of conclusion, may help with some of this, because I do think this is about making it clear, not necessarily changing the key conclusions reached in 5405 and 5406. So I'll pause there. I'll make one other comment. I do have some comments about the understandability of 5405.2A1, but I think we're going to go through that later. And again, I think it's about wording, not about what it's saying and ultimately trying to get to. But I will say some of the sections it takes multiple times through, and I think that's where we want to work to improve our clarity. So that I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And you know, that's an extremely helpful challenge to us. And I think, you know, the way you've explained it is really helpful. The core thing, the thing that we really need to consider is the approach in 5405 and 5406 the right approach? I believe that it is. I wonder, in responding to your challenge, is the problem the way that we have looked at aligning the definitions is too accommodating to the way in which you would plan an assurance engagement, not necessarily the way that you would think about independence for the purposes of these engagements. It's actually how you would then plan to deliver that in the context of an assurance engagement. And that's something that is perfectly right for the performance standard that sits around that engagement. But actually, it may be something that we can consider not saying anything on, because actually less is rather more in this case.
If I may follow on, I totally agree with what you said, and I think that fits with what Andy said. We are absolutely aligned, but our focus is slightly different, not slightly, it is different than the performance standard. And I think we've well defined that. And if we can make that clear and make sure everybody understands we are absolutely aligned, even if all the words are not present in the same way, I think that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Rich. I think it was Paul. Paul, please.
Thank you. I think, if anything, first starting with just very strong commendations for the great work the team has done and just the level of openness to constructive engagement. But maybe just a question for clarification as to, we could end up in eternal, very circular deliberations around this word, not that word. And I just wanted to understand to what extent, what aspects cannot be things addressed through non-authoritative materials and basis of conclusions, as opposed to this, because this process might never end. We'll always have some difference of views, and especially we do broader and broader stakeholders, there'll always be a pushback. So are there things we cannot do through NAM and basis of conclusions, just to understand? Thank you.
So I think on that's really helpful, Paul, because I think in all of this, we have to be really clear in the basis for conclusions about where we've landed, and personally, I think it's going to mean that the basis for conclusions has to be really clear and also really concise, because we're going to have something that we hope is going to be read not by the usual suspects, the practitioners, but by people who we want to use this standard. So therefore, I think that we need to respond to your challenge in that. And one of the things that strikes me, and it is like one of those kids' games where you can only move one tile at a time, and it drives you mad as you try and get all the numbers in the right order. But we have gone out of our way to try and be really helpful to address all of the comments. Actually, sometimes you look at things and you think, actually, perhaps we've been a little too helpful in trying to address some of the comments, and that actually there are things in there that might be better left unsaid, because all of these considerations about independence, about the application of ethics, about everything else, relies on the application of professional judgment. And one of the things that we cannot do is take away the need for the application of professional judgment when you're looking at how the code works. So I think that's another extremely helpful point that we will take away.
Thank you very much, Paul and Mark. And this is exactly the beauty of a diversified board, where the voices of different people with different backgrounds understand things differently. And as we start working for a wider group of users of our standards, it's important that these comments come to the table, and that, as you said, Mark, we can see what we can do, and that's what's the best solution, even if I understand that words matter in this space and that we cannot always be that flexible. Thank you very much. Sadia, please.
So I think the work stream did a really great job with hearing all the comments and making it easier to understand in a very complex world. But we have too many moving parts when it comes to the section. The performance standard has changed and we have merged sections. I think for that point, it's very important how we communicate it, because in one part of the code, we say a lot of respondents agreed that value chain should not be a component. And now we change the definition to say value chain component. And I understand that both of them would have been acceptable, but there's a new definition called value chain components. So just the way we communicate needs to be important, that we heard the comments and we haven't changed the substantial meaning of what we had envisioned in the ED. The other thing I want to allude to is, like Paul, I also agree, if it's a small handful of comments asking for clarification, is it better at this point in the project suited for non-authoritative material? But in a place where we have coordination, we need to be on the same plane or the same understanding as the IEESB on what that implementation guidance is going to say. And we've introduced this word performs assurance work 21 times in the code, and we say we're going to deal with it. We also have performs assurance procedures, and all of them is going to be understandable. It's different. But when you start reading it, for someone who will be looking at it for the first time, it might get confusing. And I can understand how this section, even if it was something that we all agreed on, would still need non-authoritative material. When we start developing that, we just need to be clear on what we're going to say so that a conversation doesn't happen after approval on what did we intend and second guessing what was the discussion now.
Thank you, Sadia. Mark, any reaction?
I think, again, absolutely agree. We've got to make sure that we haven't tried to overcompensate. And, we will have a look, and it is really helpful to have this discussion at this point, because actually what we want to try and do is look to see, you know, how can we slim things down and make them more operable, and indeed, you know, the task force was having an exchange of emails about this over the last couple of days in preparation for this meeting, and I did say, well, the aim should be that from this point forward, the draft only gets shorter, not longer. And I think that reflects that, because, you know, you don't need to define and explain everything for the sake of it. If you have a clarity over what the purpose of it is, then it doesn't need to be continually sort of put in as that reminder. The framing has to be at the right level from a principles perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Sunam.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question on my mind. I'm struggling to understand, to think through clearly about the two goals we need to achieve. One is alignment with IESBA. The other one is making framework neutral standards. So currently, I don't disagree with our approach as proposed, but our independence provisions are too closely aligned with IESBA standards. It's very much dependent their standards. So our code may not be able to stand alone, may not be able to apply it in practice, as opposed to what we discussed just in the previous discussion in the morning. So I'd like to clearly understand our position, or how we can deal with this question in the future from the stakeholders. So please help me.
I think so. Again, you know, this is probably not. This is more of a personal reflection, because we haven't really sort of discussed that question in that level of depth at the task force, but there was a very sort of clear push that we should have alignment in terms of terminology and wording, because that was seen to be something that would help non-practitioners come in and use the code, and we want to be able to encourage that take-up. Equally, alignment, and maybe we need to sort of look at this balance. Alignment, maybe, are you achieving the same outcome? And if you are achieving the right outcome, you don't necessarily have to use entirely the same words in the same way. But if you can drive the right outcome so that, you know, you have alignment between the independence and ethical requirements you apply, and how you do that in the context of any reporting framework and any assurance framework, if you have alignment in terms of the outcome, then you probably have gone as far as you can without over prescribing words that look the same but mean different things in the context of independence or performance or something else. So again, it's one of the things that we will look at. I'm not thinking that we're ever going to get this done in 2 hours when we meet later, but more like 10. But I do think it's a really helpful point that you raised.
Thank you,
We've only got
Sunam.
45 more slides.
Yeah, we need to rush. Janine, I see that you want to speak. I don't know if you want to wait for the others, but I suppose.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. And maybe good to also step into the discussion as BIOB, we also encouraged both boards to align the definitions. And now this, and now we're discussing the definitions here in the IESA standards. But first, I'd like to commend the board with all the great work done for this meeting. And it is quite a challenge, I think, to bring this alignment in both sets of standards. And there is this full document which I really studied very well, and I can say that I was impressed by the alignment. And the problem with the definitions is not only the alignment from the PIOB's perspective, but it's not a goal in itself. It is important for the clarity, in particular for the users of the standard, of course. But in the end, it's also to that there are not unintended consequences. Like if you look at the audit team, the group assurance team, I should say, sustainability assurance team, as per ISA 5000, and they're doing the assurance work, then we also want to understand that who are involved in the whole engagement, all these practitioners, different types, experts, whether it makes sense, what the outcome is if we look at IESA in terms of independence, the level of independence requirements, ethical requirements, and does that make sense? And that was my struggle preparing for the meeting, to have that clear overview, to actually, if you look from the engagement, group engagement, assurance engagement definition, as per the ISA 5000, and you then look at how they define things and where you then exactly end up here when you look at the IESA. And I can give you a few examples, because that aligns with the discussion that we were having now. It's about achieving the right outcome, Mark, you were saying, but what is my view, or my question actually is, what is the board actually aiming for? Would you like, is your, in the end, is what you're aiming for instance, that all the members of a group engagement team have the same independence requirements or not? Is it more the difference between whether you're working on a group component or a value chain component? And that's not very clear from what I read, because what I did is also, with my knowledge from the IESBA and their papers, look at what is the outcome actually. And because they have not the operational control, but more, can you be able to be sufficiently appropriately involved in the work of another practitioner, or well, the practitioners, then you that decides whether you're part of the engagement team or not when there's another practitioner. And it's not, that can be different, and it can be that value chain components are part of the engagement team, they're practitioners, or that where there's operational control, if you look at the group, that one group component is not part of the engagement team. So that's also possible, because it's not, it all says may, and it depends on maybe whether, there are examples given in their standard. But if you look at that, then that has some consequences, and then there is alignment of definitions, but all of a sudden there is not that everyone in the engagement team has the same level of independence requirements. And I don't say that that necessarily is a problem, but my question to you is, what are you aiming for? What do you think is in the public interest? Should that be, and what is, because that can help you in looking at your definitions again. And also on the operational control, first I was also thinking, why do we need it? But indeed, it is also used in the IASB, and you were discussing also the link with the reporting requirements, framework requirements. They have in section 4.2 on the J1 paper under A18, they say actually operational controls determined by the applicable criteria and may be defined as described in different ways. So they say the criteria are the reporting framework. So they make that connection very clear. So I also wanted to highlight that. And there is one last thing on the different outcomes that you get. It also has an impact on whether, if I look at the IESA side, whether a group component practitioner is within or outside of the group engagement team, has also implication whether quality management all of a sudden applies, because another practitioner has only to do with relevant ethical requirements, but not the quality management. So I see a little bit of a mismatch there in the outcome of both standards. While the definitions, they are aligned, but it's the way, the options that are in the ISA 5000, driven by the question, can the assurance provider be appropriately, sufficiently involved in the work? And here we have a different thing. So I also in my last comments, I also think it's very important that there is a flow chart that is overarching both standards, from who is in the engagement team, what is it a group component role or value chain, and where do you end up then with the independence rules? And that can also be added for experts, because there are also different experts in the standards. I think that also helps the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Mark?
Like in a sense, it's very helpful for us to have this discussion, because effectively, from an independence perspective, if you're the group sustainability assurance practitioner, whoever you're placing reliance on for the purpose of that group sustainability assurance engagement needs to be as independent as you are.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to at its heart. Like, where we've ended up with this, term of operational control, that was an IESBA decision to introduce operational control. We've had the discussion around this table, and the task force will go away and look to see whether or not it's actually something that's needed as part of, because actually if we're talking about things in the context of the reporting framework, that might be sufficient definition to drive the right outcome, rather than having to sort of extend it so we align on work. But I do think, and it sort of comes back to the point that Rich made when he gave us his observations, ultimately the big driver for us and the change that we made as a result of the exposure, as a result of the exposure draft and the feedback we received, is there are two funnels you go down. It is, has the group sustainability assurance practitioner been able to have sufficient involvement? Do they have direction, supervision and review? In which case you're in 5405. If you haven't, you're in 5406. There is nothing else now, so you're in one bucket or the other. So I think that's a helpful prompt for us. But that's in a sense what we will do to make sure that we're focused on those key decisions, and that actually there are things in there that do not take away the alignment that we have and do not misalign us, but actually they may not be things that we need to say for the purposes of ethics and independence.
I just want to respond to Janine comments regarding this another practitioner, which is also, this is a concept coming from the assurance standards, that whether the assurance standards allow others who are not under the direction and supervision and review to be involved. And that what ISA is doing is providing the relevant ethical requirements. And we know that these individuals are not engagement team members. So whether other criteria is necessary, for example, the QM standard is not something that it's in the independent standards, but it's in the assurance standards. So that's why this alignment is also important in that regard, and regarding the consequences, we work together with IESB on.
Thank you. My comment is actually more connected to Sunan's question. And why do we have to align our definitions, our concepts with IESB? When we entered the accounting, the global accounting standards, we already have a standard reporting there for accounting, and so it was easier. But for sustainability, the first time ever that we will have global standard for reporting sustainability. And not everyone that is involved in the process has full knowledge about the aspects. So if they read different definitions, they might interpret this as being different things when we might be addressing the same topics. So if the IEESB and IESBA that are under the same umbrella and are so close together are not able to align their definitions, it will be much more difficult for the public to interpret that. And we understand that in the global scenario, we have the reporting, that is IEESB. We have the assurance, it's IEESB. And we have the code of ethics that will bring the fundamentals for both of them. So I understand that we must be aligned in these three components in order to help the stakeholders, to have the preparers, to have the community to correctly interpret and address things. And it does not mean that we must have the same wording, but we must have the same concept. We must have the same interpretation for that. Otherwise, it will be very, very difficult. And I would say, Mark, that we are doing extremely good, because the example that you just gave to Rainier make me extremely happy, because it was the first time ever that I saw someone bringing an example of reporting scope 3 in the correct dimension. Because in general, we saw people addressing scope 3 as my company as the reportee having to report the suppliers, and that's not the thing. I look for myself, for my business operation, and how the supply chain will affect my business, and that's what I must take care of. And so I think that we are doing extremely well in the alignment. Congratulations for that.
Thank you very much, Vade. Can we ask?
Yeah, I think that's an extremely helpful prompt for us, Vanya. And you know, the more we can make the frameworks work for us, rather than feel the need to reiterate everything ourselves, the better it is. Because, you know, although we are drafting a section of the code, the people who use it won't just be using the code. They'll be using an assurance framework. They will be dealing with information produced under a reporting framework. So we are a one-stop shop for independence and ethics, but we don't need to be a one-stop shop for independence, ethics, assurance, performance, and reporting. So I think, yeah, we'll certainly take that away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David.
Thank you. And I'll probably bring a perhaps slightly different perspective, because the one thing I hear from the preparer community is how frustrated they get with the fact that there are different definitions, different words used for the same meaning, and they get really frustrated with that. Or we use the same word and we mean different things. So I think the more that we can align those so that we stop trying to, you know, insert words here or there to create something that's unique, where we can actually say, well, actually, this is what we mean. So just adopt it. And there's a lot of work, for example, and why is this important? It's important because when it comes to digital reporting, interoperability of these concepts is everything. And if we don't have that, it's very difficult to get information into a digital discoverable format. And I know that, you know, for example, organizations like XBRL are doing Herculean work behind the scenes to bring various standards together, to your point, Mark, to really be able to do this. And it's really tough work. So I think the more that as a board, we can think about, you know, aligning, if there's a good definition out there, regardless of whose it is, and it's an aligned and it's an appropriate approach, then use it. But work with these various standard bodies to be able to do that so that there is cohesion and not necessarily uniqueness. And I think the point that Janine raised around unintended consequences is really important. And that's where I think the more that we can align and be consistent, the less likely that is to happen. The more we get creative or, we think there's uniqueness. And by the way, this is all boards, it's not just IESBA. Then I think the unintended consequences become quite real. So it was just that challenge to make sure that we don't lose sight of the preparer community who have to actually live and breathe it. And some of the colorful language that sometimes comes with that, because it is frustrating for them.
No, and I absolutely agree that. I'm just mindful of the fact, Gabriella, that we really need to move on. So we may have to pause and just get through the next section and then take a next block of questions. Otherwise, we'll be here at midnight.
Yes, Ken. I'll probably just ask the three ones who already asked for the floor to be very, very to the point and very quick. So just not to lose this opportunity. So is it okay? And so it was Tomoyo first.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the working group for the hard work to align with IWSB. And yes, I think we had two issues at the June meeting. One was about the alignment with IWSB, and the other was the complexity about value chain component. And that was the challenge for both IWSB and IESBA. And for that challenge, I think we came out with the awarding operational control. As you remember in the last meeting, when one entity has no relationship with the entity, and if the assurance firm is the same, whether there should be independence was one of the questions that was raised that time. And so that I think we needed something to define about what is now defined as operational control. And that we were able to align with IWSB. So now maybe we can focus more on the purpose side. We have the different purpose between IWSB and IESBA and adjust. And maybe as we have discussing, maybe use a separate thing if the purpose is different. I think we are quite fully aligned and we are ready to think about where we can separate the wording or based on the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoya.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly. So just not to rehash everything that's been said, but I definitely am for sticking with the alignment of the definitions. At the end of the day, it's just nomenclature. I think our real work comes in where we define the independence requirements. And also, I think it makes much more sense from an implementation guidance point of view. I think perhaps now I'm thinking from an adoption and implementation and later on trying to come up with guidance materials, especially if as part of, not to get ahead of ourselves now, but if the plan is ultimately to coordinate also implementation and adoption and so on, I think it makes sense to have the same wording and same definitions as we come up with simplified guidance materials, and especially when it comes to the non-PAs, so and PAs and non-PAs. I think it makes sense not to confuse things further. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Ken.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. And I really want to speak about the matter of coordination again, and just remind the board. This discussion has been very helpful, at least from my perspective, in terms of enabling the board to really share some of those reflections around the work we'll be doing with colleagues on IEESB. But my point is really to remind the board about what we have heard across our stakeholder community. Whether it's a profession, whether it's a PAs, even the non-PAs, but importantly, the regulatory community and ISCO included. And the consistent message has been be coordinated with IEESB. So I recognize that there have been some, let's say, some questions as to whether we needed to be so closely tied or aligned to IEESB. But we have also to remember the context of what we've been asked to do, which is really that the ESA has to be closely coordinated and articulated with the assurance concepts in IESB. And my second point really is about and maybe that goes more to Janet's point about who is in or who is out in terms of being scoped in as part of the engagement team. It's important to understand and really be clear in our own mind as to who the concept of another practitioner is, who is intended to be called by another practitioner. And the definition in ISA 5000 is very clear. This is an individual, when we're talking about the individuals who are carrying out the work, this is an individual who is not part of the engagement team. This is made very clear, it's stated very clearly in the definition. It's not an individual who's on your engagement team. And furthermore, the work that's done by the assurance another practitioner is not work that is performed for purposes of the sustainability assurance engagement. Again, that's another important a criterion, if you will, or an important attribute of who another practitioner is. It's work that they've done for a different engagement, but when it comes to the reporting firm considering that work, that firm may determine that the work that's been done by another practitioner can be used for purposes of the group sustainability assurance engagement. So that's a very important distinction to bear in mind in understanding how the principles are intended to work in sections 5405 and sections 5406. So I think these are two important matters I really want to emphasize to the board to bear in mind as it goes through the different sections.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yeah, Sylvia, without, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, it's just a conscious of time, and I'll just move on to the next section. So I will just move on to the next part of the presentation that Mark has presented the definitions and really the concept, and now we would like to talk about the independence considerations. So really, what are the consequences of these definitions, and really. So based on that, the independence consideration regarding whether the assurance work is performed by someone under the direction, supervision, or review. Sorry for using that term. We already adjusted it to use consistent term with IEESB. It's like in whose assurance work the firm can appropriately and sufficiently involve, or whether if it's performed by another practitioner. And of course, the focus of the discussion around was really the assurance work performed at the value chain entity, or as we now call the value chain component. And as you may recall, in the ED, we had a separate section on assurance work performed at the value chain entity, and we included all the provisions, irrespective whether it was performed by the firm or another practitioner, and that was our section 5407. And in the ED, we explicitly asked for comments on the provisions set out for independence considerations with respect to assurance work performed at a value chain component. And what we have heard from our stakeholders is really that was kind of mixed views on whether the IESA should extend the independence requirement to value chain entities. And this wasn't because they believed that there wouldn't be any threats or it shouldn't be an independence issue, simply because they questioned the maturity of the background or the out there, and they also raised some issues regarding the complexity. But as we mentioned, there was a big support or broad support for not treating the value chain entity the same way as other components at which assurance work is performed. So when we are talking about the determination and the definition of the component as it is now, I don't believe that it's really contradicting of our proposal, because basically the acknowledgement was that there should be some distinction regarding the treatment of a component, or as we call a group component, and the value chain entity. Although they supported what was in the proposal, there was a call for coordinated approach with IEESB, and that's what we discussed. That's where we landed on the definition of the value chain component, However, I would like to note that it's not only for the sake of the coordination. In the comment letters, it was also pointed out that if we exclude value chain entities, that might cause some issues with the determination of the value chain entity in the reporting frameworks, because the value chain can spread across the operational control of an entity. So we couldn't say that a value chain entity is necessarily something outside. So we need to acknowledge that that can be value chain entities within the operational control. And that was IEESB's approach that as well. And that's what we are using in our proposals. So as I mentioned, there were some concerns around the perceived complexity of the proposals and some comments that we shouldn't create unnecessary burden for the growth of the sustainability reporting and assurance at the value chain. However, I think the majority of the comments recognize that what we are proposing was a balanced and a practical approach with respect to the value chain entities. And based on these changes that Mark has just presented, we also propose some restructuring in our sections. This is something that we already proposed or already presented to you at the June meeting. So in our RED, as you can see, we have section 5405 that sets out independence consideration for assurance work performed at the group sustainability assurance client, and assurance work performed by those in whose assurance work the firm can be appropriately and sufficiently involved. So that was the under DSR, but it was only for the client. It excluded the value chain. So in the ED, section 5406 was the assurance work performed by another practitioner who is not an engagement team member. But again, it was also not in the context of the value chain entity. And we had two separate sections, section 5407 and 5700, that was really dedicated to the assurance work performed at a value chain entity by the firm, or by another practitioner. So based on the new definition, we proposed some restructuring, but as we emphasized, it meant to be only some restructuring and no significant changes to the actual independence considerations for the value chain components. So as you could see in the proposal now, there is a section 5405 that sets out independence considerations when the firm can be appropriately and sufficiently involved in the work performed at the sustainability assurance client that involves the group components and also the value chain components separately. So again, as Rich mentioned, there is a section when there is DSR, and there is section 5406 that sets out independence considerations for another practitioner who is not an engagement team member when this other practitioner performs assurance work at a group component or a value chain component. So basically what happened that the provisions we have in 5407 now allocated under these two sections, the 5405 or 5406 respectively. And also we deleted section 5700, but we are talking about that later. What are the consequences? So again, we believe it's a simpler approach. The first step is to determine whether whoever is performing an assurance work is under the DSR, or as we are saying, whether the firm can be appropriately sufficiently involved or not. And in the next slides, I just want to talk about the independence considerations is in 5405. So this is the section when we are saying that there is direction, supervision, and review. And 5405 therefore sets out independence considerations applicable to the group sustainability assurance firm and its network firms, to independence considerations applicable to component practitioners. Component practitioners, in line with IEESB's definition, indicates practitioners in whose assurance work the group sustainability assurance firm can be sufficiently and appropriately involved. And also, separately, there are independence considerations for members of the group sustainability assurance stream who are from the group sustainability assurance firm or these component practitioners. So these are the independence considerations covered under 5405. However, the requirements are different based on whether the requirements are applicable with respect to a group sustainability assurance client. And as Mark mentioned, the group sustainability assurance client include the group components at which assurance work is performed. So these are the requirements that actually they were part of the group audit standards as well. So these are equivalent of the extent code and the group audit requirements. And the changes from the ED, and then actually in section 5405, now there are independence requirements when it is either the group sustainability assurance firm or a network or its network firm or a component practitioner performs assurance work at a value chain component. And I think what's also important that there is no change from the proposal of the ED. If any of these above mentioned performs assurance work at the value chain component, the independence focuses only on the value chain component, so the entity itself. And as we presented, we believe it's a really a practical and a balanced approach. I'm just quickly, sorry. Regarding the other requirements in the section 5405, there are other application material and requirements that provide some guidance when the group sustainability assurance firm is involved in the work of the component practitioners and others. So just quickly mentioning, there are provisions regarding the independence considerations from the key sustainability assurance readers at the group component, changes in the group component, or changes in the group component practitioner performing assurance work at the group component, and if there is a breach of independence provision and the component practitioners. Just conscious of time, I wouldn't go into these proposals, but if you have any comments regarding section 5405, please raise it. And regarding the restructuring, as I mentioned, there was another change because the ED required the sustainability assurance team to apply the knows or has reason to believe principle with respect to the value chain entity when the firm was using the work of another or sustainability assurance practitioner at this entity. This was the infamous section 5700 in the ED. And regarding the comments we received, I believe it was more of there were many questions about the application of these knows or reason to believe principle and whether it would apply to all value chain entities. So there was a confusion around that it would include or it would spread across the whole value chain. However, our intention was to focus on the value chain entities involved in the reporting boundary and involved in the assurance work.
I think what Sylvia is trying to tell you is everyone hated it, so we've got rid of it.
Yes, so there were concerns about the operability, and that's why the task force discussed and believed that based on this new concept of the value chain component as well, and how we address that in these two sections, it's probably not necessary anymore. So we deleted section 5700. However, it is important that the conceptual framework would still apply with respect to any threats in relation to the value chain entity, even if there is an other practitioner involved. So although there is not an explicit requirement, that doesn't mean that the conceptual framework wouldn't catch these relationships as well. So I think I would stop here and we would just collect comments regarding the independence considerations applicable when the firm is appropriately and sufficiently involved in the work. So the proposals in section 5405, because later on we will talk about the issue of another practitioner.
Very well, thank you very much. As you can see, it was easy to get here. I think we all agree on that. So,
May I raise
comments?
a question for clarification?
Yes, sure.
I have a question with 5405 and 6 in relation to what is in the J1 paper, where it says that the independence, the level of independence is what is required is sort of this, determined by whether it's a group component or a value chain component. Yeah. But here, if I see these sections on your slides, then it goes much deeper and on other things as well. It's not because you have 5405, it's addressing both, can address both value chain components and group components. How does that work? So,
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So yes, that's I think the first step is to determine whether the firm can be appropriately and sufficiently involved. And yes, if you are applying 5405, there is still differentiation between the group component and the value chain component, simply because what this is say that the group component at which assurance work is performed is part of the group client definition. So any provisions that applicable with respect to the group client would be applicable to the group component at which assurance work performed as well. If there is a value chain component, however, there are separate requirements, and those requirements focuses only on the independence from that value chain component. So I think that's true as well, that there is a difference whether if it's a group component or whether if it's a value chain component. And that's what's addressed in that section. And however, if the firm cannot be appropriately and sufficiently involved, so there is another practitioner that's in another section, in section 5406, but there are different independence requirements for the group components and value chain components in that sections as well. So I think generally our aim was that when there is assurance work performed at the value chain component, there is a lighter touch, if I can say that. Yeah. So really focusing on the independence from the component only, and yeah.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification.
They're on the website, Janine.
Oh, they're on
Yeah.
At the end of the list of the documents, at the bottom.
They were too large to be emailed to everybody, so that's why I put them on the website. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Janine and Sylvia, for the clarification. Luigi, please.
Sorry. I have 3 comments, basically. While the scheme is apparently clear and simple, then the application is made particularly complex by the fact that certain terms are used with different meanings. We already discussed about that before. So one is, for example, performing work at, and sometimes this would mean that the individual or the firm performing may be anyone, so basically the group assurance firm or the component firm or another practitioner, let's say operational control, it works in this way, but the meaning is the same. So let's say the terms is the same. Sometimes this meaning is only linked to the fact that the group assurance firm directly perform certain work without considering the sufficiently and appropriately involved, so it has another meaning. Sometimes it involves being sufficiently and appropriately involved. In any case, the text is performing work at, assurance work at, but with a different meaning. So in my view, this is giving this sense of complexity and unclarity. And so I urge the task force to really clarify what they are meaning when. Otherwise, I'm speaking by myself, I will not be in a position to really understand what a practitioner is supposed to do. Second point, the change of the concept of known and reason to believe into the conceptual framework is not really equivalent. It is a significant change if you read the way the text was written, because basically it says firms are required to apply the conceptual framework to identify, evaluate, and address. This means that we are passing from a known reason to believe where there is, as stated in the explanatory memorandum, there was not a requirement of actively search for and identify, to a scenario where for each and all value chain component, the practitioner is required to actively identify the threat and then to address and assess and so on. But to actively identify, this would mean that a practitioner, to comply with this new one, is required to set up system, processes, controls, monitoring processes. Otherwise, it would not comply with the internal system of quality management. So the requirement, probably it is the wording as it was used, but the wording is not saying the same thing. So it is a significant change. So I urge you to reconsider the wording, because it is another thing that you are saying. Yeah.
Apologies if I wasn't clear on that. We are not, so we are deleting 5700, but there will be no new requirement instead of that. So all I meant to say that just by using the requirement in 5120, I think that's the section that sets out the application of the conceptual framework, will result in considering any threat, but there is no new requirement in the standard.
I repeat, try to compare known and reason to believe approach with this requirement to actively identify all threats. It is not the same. In one scenario, a firm is not required to extensively identify and actively identify every relationship it has with all value chain entities. In this scenario, they are required to do that. So it is under an administrative, a pure administrative point of view, then there is also a substance point of view. But if you stop just at the administrative, it is really introducing a significant burden. And of course, this is not just an administrative task, because you need to have system processes and so on. So you are requiring firms to really set up a new way that requirement compare with what was the previous version.
That wasn't our intention, and based on our proposal, we believe that we actually step back. But maybe if Luigi, if we can explain where you believe that we introduced this new requirement, because that again there was no intention.
I think and we need to make this clear, because I think what we thought we were doing, which we clearly haven't done, is to say we've taken away 5700, we've taken away the no or have reason to believe test. You're still applying the conceptual framework in any case when you do the assurance engagement, and that doesn't go away. So we haven't put a requirement in there. It's just that in carrying out the engagement, you'll be aware of the operation of the conceptual framework. However, we need to make it clear that we're not suggesting that we are creating a whole additional architecture, fitting it within quality management and other things, because that's not the intention. So we need to look at the wording.
Thank you, Mark. That was going exactly to be my question, if that was the intention or not. And if not, which was my conviction, that this has probably to be further clarified. Thank you so much. Rania, please.
Yeah, thank you. So my first question, I have 2 points, basically. The first question is about the feedback we received from stakeholders. So I'm looking at question 13. Do you support the provisions in section 5407? And I'm looking at the pie chart that you shared. And so it shows that like 29% disagree, 35%. So that's really the majority, they agree, but with comments, 22%, I believe perhaps they don't have an opinion. So my question is, I mean, how do these results, or how have these results like informed our way forward? And especially that, like, when you look at the comments, I guess they align, if I understand this correctly, with some of the concerns raised here, which is like calls for a practical and a scalable approach, unnecessary barriers to growth and sustainability reporting and assurance. And so especially that I realized that we removed 5407, but I mean, we removed it structurally, but it's been like sort of been folded into the other section. So yeah, that's my first question, if you would like to.
Okay, Mark, do you want to respond, or can we?
Yes, and as I mentioned, it was mainly in the responses, we see that there was some confusion around that we meant to extend the independence requirements to all value chain entities. That obviously it wasn't our intentions, because as we explained, we would only capture entities from the value chain. So value chain component now that is within the reporting boundary and where assurance work is performed. So by clarifying it, I think, because now we are not referring to value chain entities, but we are referring to value chain components, that really clears like these confusions that there is additional factors here that for a value chain entity to become part of these independence considerations. So I believe that those addresses these kind of comments. And also the other issue that they mainly raised was about the operability of our requirements. And I believe by deletion, or the task force believed that by deletion of these knows a reason to believe requirements, that also addresses the concerns around the operability of the requirements.
Okay.
So it was definitely something that
okay.
we discussed in length within the task force, that how we can address all those comments, but it was around the complexity and not really questioning whether there is a need for independence requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. So conscious of time, I'm going to give the floor to Laurie, who wanted to add something, and then Rich and Luigi again, and we'll, if possible, stop here. Okay, because we need to break.
Yeah, just briefly.
Sorry.
Just briefly supporting Luigi on the point he made, because I wouldn't have articulated as well as him, but it is a concern. So I think if you, this is the point about the unintended consequence of the language, known or reason to know versus, having to do due diligence to look for things. Something about the way it's reading gets you to that point. And it may be people who are thinking about practical application of when you're actually applying this versus, when you see the standard. So I think it would be really helpful, because frankly, that is an unintended consequence of, even if we have anybody going down that rabbit hole, or we have someone being held to that by a regulator who thinks that's what should be happening as you walk through, would be problematic. Because it's just from a purely practical standpoint, it's today. And David, I take your point that someday that information may all be available. It really isn't today. So it's a massive, and that's why when we read it as practitioners, we say, oh, wait a minute, does it mean that? Because that's becomes really, really difficult. difficult to do and difficult to actually even effectively do, even if you could make an attempt. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Lori. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. I won't say anymore, but I think on Luigi's point, I would just say, let's go back and look at the language and see what we came into. But I do have a couple comments. I think they're largely about clarity. First one is, I think, minor, but it was pointed out to me that when we use the phrase group and group client and all that, we seem to be, you could read it to say not include an entity that is a single legal entity organization. And so you might want to just throw that in the basis of conclusion that says certainly those entities are in there. More importantly, my real comment resides around 5405281, which I agree wholeheartedly with what we're getting to there, but it's a little hard to read, partially because there are phrases introduced that aren't defined. That includes sustainability assurance firm. That's not defined. A group sustainability assurance firm is. Another sustainability assurance firm is not defined, but another practitioner is. And so perhaps you could just take a look at that to try to help clarify, particularly thinking about the non-PAs that might have to read that section. And again, as I said before, we hit the right point, which is if you're sufficiently appropriately involved, no matter what entity it is, you're in 54059, and I fully support that. On 54059 and 10, I'm not really following why these two requirements are here or need to be here. They seem to contradict the point about the firm needs to have sufficient and appropriate involvement made in 5402A1 we just talked about. So I just throw that out there for consideration when the task force regroups. And then I think there needs to be some clarity around what is meant in 540517A1. I think I get it. Again, this might be a basis for conclusion point, but it seems I think what you're trying to say is if you are if it's not a pie, the component is not a pie, then you don't have to follow the pie elements of 5600, which I agree with. You would, of course, if the value chain component itself was a pie and you were the SAP, you would have to follow it there. But I think that's what you're saying, but just think about the clarity on that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And finally, Luigi.
I have the comment I forgot before, which is why in 5405 there is no equivalent provision relating to changes in value chain components, like for changes in group components. The issues may be the same, basically. So probably it is something that you would like to consider including. And then I have an issue of for my understanding how the concept of being independent from the value chain entity, which is included in 5405, interact with the NAS provision, where it is said that for a NAS provision, let's say the section 5600 does not apply to value chain component because they apply only to group sustainability assurance firm, and therefore we have the requirement we already discussed about applying the conceptual framework. So when it is written that a group sustainability assurance firm need to be independent from the value chain, which the group sustainability assurance firm perform assurance work, this independence does include 600 or not? Because this is not clear to me.
Thank you. Dan.
Thank you, Luigi. And yes, that's point, the changes regarding the value chain component, we will discuss that point, whether we should provide some guidance around that. I think it's really useful. Thank you very much. In the application material we included in section 5600, it wasn't our intention to make any restriction regarding the independence. It really explains that in section 5405, when we say that the group sustainability assurance firm, the component practitioner, needs to be independent of the value chain component in accordance with part 5, that includes 600 as well. We only included that application material to explain, however, if there is a component practitioner outside of the network, or there is another practitioner who performs the assurance work at the value chain component, it is not necessary for the group firm to be independent of the value chain component, because there are others involved who performs assurance work at the value chain component. So it's really just a clarification, because we
but it may risk being a clarification that doesn't in fact clarify.
Yes.
So we will take away and actually seek to make sure that either it is clear or it does not need to be in this section, which I think might be.
Yeah, probably what I'm speaking about me. What I will really desperately need, is a flow chart, a visual, I don't know how to call it, that really explain where a practitioner need to be independent when, and how these need to be independent, because otherwise it is really difficult to understand what the task force would like to achieve. For me, all the others probably have everything clear. I have no clear understanding now of what you are would like to achieve with this text. So I'm not yet in a position to say, well, I agree or I do not agree, because I need to understand first. Thank you.
And the point about the flow chart is actually a really good one. And, we were talking earlier about the basis for conclusions that needs to be understandable. I think actually if we can illustrate those sort of considerations as well in the basis for conclusion, that will be quite an important part. So we will require fewer paragraphs and more illustration of what we actually mean, but we'll certainly take that.
Thank you, Mark and all. This request for flow charts and illustrations have been well heard. It's not, you are not the only one, so I'm sure that the task force will incorporate this request. And we will break now after this very good conversation and discussion, and for lunch, and be back at 1:55, which means 5 minutes before the hour. Asking you please to be on time, because we still have a little bit of work to do in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
I have to.
Only for me.
Yes.
Whole different idea when I read this paper. Yeah, this it's sufficiently appropriately involved here for the IESBA. So I thought IESBA makes different components, good components, and value chain components for the level of independence requirements. But it also has as a first step, now I see that here, with sufficiently properly involved what IESB is using. So there cannot be a mismatch with the IESB anymore in the engagement team, I think, and the outcome, which is not clear from this paper. So,
I'm starting to think, I don't know. But I mean, all this.
So it's just really
operational control, we don't need it, I think. No, that was also my Because now I was thinking that's all distracts from,
Yeah,
and the flow chart,
yeah.
we have already asked
So
that
myself, yeah, I
last
think,
week.
I
Yeah.
think the chart,
Yeah, it's also what I meant with the
the
overview.
charge,
of,
thank
you
you.
know, what kind of people do you have and where do you end?
I promise.
Thank you.
we had a virtual meeting a few weeks or a month ago. I wasn't there. I watched the videos, I looked at the slides, I read the material. I still cannot, if you ask me,
I cannot give an answer though.
I cannot really wrap my
That's why I have so many
And I-
detailed comments,
Yeah.
just of actually summaries.
Listed client.
But I was,
And it is a
I thought that there
for
could
a
be
network firm that
this
performs
in the
assurance
engagement
to value
team
chain
with the
components. So
IESB,
this is the
was
the left
different
side is
than
the
what
group
would be the
entities.
basis for the independence group, but
Traditional
that
way,
is
and
now
this
not
is
the
the
case,
value
because
chain.
I did not
Yeah.
have these slides, but
it
you
is the
all got
group
them this morning.
or
Yeah, I
the
tell you where.
And I need to,
Perform assurance.
because I haven't, I
You give
don't,
me
I
my-
don't,
if you give
but
me
I,
your
I,
email.
do I have, oh yeah, Janine van Dichten, oh yeah, one second. I can give you my.
It's not another, there is no another
Let me just.
practitioner.
Ah, okay, there is just one.
Just one, so in
Okay.
that sense, directly.
Um,
And then they need to be independent from the
Yeah, yeah, sure.
and they need to be independent from the
Yeah,
value
yeah,
chain
yeah.
component as well, but only from the
Yeah,
component.
maybe, I'm not
This is
here
what
on
we-
internet with my computer, I don't know.
For,
Oh,
yes,
At via.
yes, and nine as
No,
well.
Okay. Complication. If this one is performed by another firm that is a component,
But outside the network,
but outside the network, but it's a component, not another practitioner, what's happened?
that's it. Then the component practitioner needs to be independent only from the value chain and value chain component. But the firm doesn't need to be independent from the value chain component.
Even if it says it's within the network.
Oh, sorry, it's within the network. Sorry, the outside, I meant
No,
the outside the
yeah,
network.
yeah.
So this is the outside the network, sorry. So, yeah, so they need to be independent only from the value chain. The practitioner outside the network is independent from the value chain component. But the group firm doesn't need to be independent from the value chain component. The group firm needs to be independent only from the client.
Can you clarify in the text that you are proposing? Because I don't want to be in a position where tomorrow the IWSB explain what perform assurance workup means.
They won't explain that because
Okay, I think we have almost everyone, but we should make a start because we are already 15 minutes late with respect to the agenda plan. So, and we still have a lot of things to do. So thank you for being back. I hope that you enjoyed your lunchtime. And I'm going to give the floor immediately to Keith from Workstream 2 as well to guide us across the next part of the presentation on coordination issues on the use of another practitioner. Keith, thank you very much. And,
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Mic's on, so hopefully you can hear me. Using the work of another practitioner. So the question we asked in the exposure was, do you support the independent provisions set out in what was then 5406, using the work of another practitioner? We can see from the results there that very, very few, less than 10% objected to what we'd set out. There was general support, but obviously with some comments as well, some concerns regarding the practicality of the proposals, particularly on relying on the work of another practitioner when you can't be sufficiently and appropriately involved. That's not really an issue for us. That's an issue for the IESBA, and they've addressed that in their standard, and some concerns that the proposals might be inoperable in practice as they looked at them and perceived them from how it was written. The thing to be clear on is another practitioner. This is a concept that was introduced by the IESBA in their ED I-7000. So you've got situations where there's some work being done by another practitioner. You're not able to direct, supervise, or review that work, but you do think you could make use of that work to help you get the evidence you need for your sustainability assurance report. But that individual is not someone subject to direct supervision review, and therefore they are not a member of your engagement team, and nor are they practitioners expert as defined, but they're doing assurance work of some sort normally. So the ISSA 5000 out the requirements to obtain evidence from the work of another practitioner. We set out, but one of the conditions was independence in their list of criteria you look at as to whether or not you can use the work of another practitioner. And so the independent part was passed over to us to address. So our definition is in line with that used for IAASB. If there's another assurance framework out there that doesn't allow the use of another practitioner, well, that's fine. This section just isn't applicable in that circumstance. So it is framework neutral to that extent. It really only applies where the framework requires or permits the use of another practitioner's work. So 5406 sets out the independence requirements applicable when using that. There's no significant changes in what we had in the ED. So as was introduced earlier, we've done some restructuring. We brought the value chain elements into the one section now, rather than being in a completely separate section, but there's no fundamental changes to what's actually being required. There are no direct requirements imposed on another practitioner because we're not in a position to be able to do that. What we're addressing is what's the requirements really applying to the sustainability assurance practitioner, the firm, if they wish to use the work of another practitioner. How do they think about that that other practitioner's independence? But we can't impose the requirements directly on the other practitioner because there is no ability to do so. And the general approach was to request confirmation of the other practitioner's independence in accordance with Part 5. But one of the things we were then silent. It simply said, you ask them to confirm whether they are independent or not. And then it sort of stopped there. And people said, well, not unreasonably said, what happens if they don't answer you or don't reply? And so we have added in a paragraph that basically says, it's sort of a statement of the obvious, really, but it basically says, you cannot conclude that they are independent in accordance with Part 5 of the code if they haven't told you they are or asserted they are. And then, but then it's over to the independence, the assurance standard to say what happens in that circumstance, because that's a procedures thing for the performance thing for the standards to address. It's not an ethics thing then once you pass that point. So as you've seen now, we've got group components and value chain components. What recognize a group component might include part of the value chain, but for the purposes of performing the engagement, it's classed as a group component where you've you've got operational control over it. And where there is operational control, there's a sort of an expectation that your client may be able to help facilitate some communications between you and that other practitioner. So it's slightly tighter, a requirement that basically says we would expect independence to the same level as though they were a member of the engagement team. We can't force that on them, but that, for our purposes, we would expect them to be independent to the same level as though they were engagement team members. So, and there's a requirement there to communicate to them the sort of things you want them to be independent in accordance with in Part 5. So if the client is a PI, you would say, well, we would hope you're independent in accordance with the requirements that apply for a PI. Now, when it's a value chain component, there is no operational control. There's no ability for the client to go there and say, my assurers are going to be writing to you, could you please reply? It's recognised. There's very little direction there in terms of getting a response. So following the steer that we had from the board during the development of the EED, we basically just went down the route of saying, well, if that other practitioner has issued a public report saying they were independent in accordance with Part 5 of the code, then that's enough for you to be able to rely on that for the purposes of this. If they haven't given that public report, then you might try writing to them and seeing if you can get them to confirm. Who knows how successful that will be? I suspect in very many cases you probably won't get a reply, but maybe you will. You don't know. You don't ask, don't get. So you do at least have to write and ask. And again, if they come back and you don't get any reply, or they come back and say, well, no, we weren't independent in accordance with Part 5, then you have to conclude that they're not independent in accordance with Part 5. Sort of, again, as I say, statement of the obvious. And then it's back to the assurance standard to say what happens in that scenario. So it's very light touch in both cases on the pragmatic decisions based on how we developed it for the ED, recognising the issues in relation to the sort of multiplicity of value chains and everything else. And also the positions where you haven't got direction, supervision and review. But maybe you can be slightly stronger for a group component. The client can say, please write back and tell them that you're independent because we wanted you to be, maybe. Value chain components, you haven't got that level of influence. We have recognised that people, another practitioner, they're maybe not doing work, they're not bound by Part 5 of the code at this stage of the proceedings, and maybe they've already done work in accordance with Part 4B or something like that. So we have said as a transition provision up until the date where you have to apply it. So in other words, if you're doing early adoption, if they come back and say, well, we were actually in accordance with Part 4, Part 4B rather than Part 5, that is acceptable. But the belief is that given the time allowed for transition, they should be able to be in a position to say they were independent in accordance with Part 5 by then. So the transition provision stretches out to that implementation date. So are we happy with the changes to it's been tweaked slightly to be in line with ISSA 5000, but are you happy with that definition of another practitioner? Are you happy about the independence requirements when you're intending to use the work of another practitioner? Slight difference between group component and value chain component. Group component, you would expect them to be at least independent in exactly the same way as is needed for your client. And the most obvious example there is the client's a PI, saying, were they independent in accordance with a PI? If it was a value chain component, they don't have to worry about whether it was a PI or not. It's just, were they independent in accordance with Part 5 as it applied to their client that they were doing work on? And are you happy with the transition provision? I've been forewarned there are questions coming.
Thank you very much, Keith. The questions are clear, and of course, without precluding the board from addressing other possible topics, these are the three questions that the task force is looking for some comments. So, as possible, try to focus on them. Laurie.
Thank you. Thanks. Keith, just a quick question. If it can't be confirmed that there's independence for whatever reason, it goes back over to the performance standard. When I read that, it feels a bit circular because that's not very clear. It looks like it goes back to
Well,
the
always-
IESBA code.
There's two positions we could have taken, and it was discussed, I think it was discussed as well during the development of the ED, where we could say, the other position we could say is, if you can't get this confirmation of independence, or you can't obtain this confirmation of independence, you cannot use their work. Full stop. You can't use their work. We're making the decision as part of the ethics code that if they haven't confirmed independence, you can't, then the practitioner can't use that work. And we thought when we were developing this, that actually that felt like we were stepping over into the performance standard territory, because in the performance standard, it's one of a number of criteria that they might be thinking about when they're evaluating how they might use that work. So maybe they say, all right, the performance standard might take the decision saying, well, okay, they weren't independent, but maybe we can still use that work in some way, just recognizing that it wasn't performed by somebody independent. But if we said you can't use the work, well, that's it, that's full stop. And we didn't think it was our right to be able to put the full stop in there.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I did exactly, especially some of the work that had already been done, at the time, been part of this group that you're talking about, it might really not be a concern. Did you consider some type of threats and safeguards language in this section?
No, is the straightforward, honest answer. We didn't feel like getting into that sort of thing. But again, that would, I sort of feel if you're into there, then it's because if they're not confirming their independence to you, and you probably then don't know very much about the circumstances of the issues, is it really for us to say, is there some sort of, certainly on the value chain component, it wouldn't work because you're pretty absent any information at all. Maybe, I guess, if they were working on a group component, if they said, wrote back and said, no, we weren't independent into court part 5 because. But again, I think that's an issue that can be dealt with by the performance standard, because you're saying is they are not independent in accordance with part 5.
So I guess the question on the coordination then with them is, we asked the question whether they think the language they've got in light of that is adequate.
When we had a coordination meeting with them, because we brought this point up, and we said that, and they said, well, they were clear, this was just one aspect of what they were doing in terms of evaluating the work of another practitioner. So they feel under their standard that there's possibly still scope to be doing something else. But we didn't spend ages doing that, because again, that's about the performance standard rather than us saying you can or cannot use the work. It's really their problem, if I put it that way.
I suppose one of the things we were thinking about as well, Laurie, is that is this in itself more of a sort of transitional problem, as in you might well find in the early years of these engagements that people are still finding their way in terms of how this operates. As it beds down more, it's likely to be less and less of an issue. So by referring back to the performance standard, you gave a route for people to manage a way through it. Over time, you may expect that no longer becomes a route that they need to use, because it becomes a more established process. And in a sense, we tried to give ourselves a degree of room for manoeuvre that would deal with perhaps the early years and then sort of go away.
Okay, so my sense was I was fine with sending it over to the performance standard. It felt like a little bit of it was sort of coming back. It's the circular part. I agree with going over to performance, but it looks like it sort of gets shot back and we know there's no answer, so. But I'll leave it for you guys to think about.
I'm interested how you, because I don't see how it comes back to us, because we've said you can't conclude they're independent. End of story. But that's what the outcome is of that failure to get the confirmation. But I'm not sure how then the performance standards then push it back to us to say, can you do some more?
There's a reference to, I'll find it. I don't.
Yeah. If you could, please, because we need to sort of obviously make, because if there is something like that, and looks like I understand. Okay, but again, as Marcus said, certainly in relation to parts of the what you're reporting on that are within operational control of the client. Certainly one would expect over the next few years for the client, certainly in their own interest, to make sure that they're getting some coordination between everybody that's doing work for them. No matter if there's one lead assurer or two lead assurers, and please make sure you're talking to each other and giving us the right outcome.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Laurie and Keith. Luigi, please.
Thank you. I have a doubt with reference to one of the issues of the matter explained in the summary significant comments, in particular in paragraph 212, whereby it is explained that complying with the provision of Part 5 would not necessarily means complying with Part 5 if there are other standards that are at least as demanding as Part 5, but this is not written into the code.
We did have one comment that said, could the code say, treat an assertion of compliance in accordance with another code that was at least as stringent as Part 5 as sort of confirmation of that compliance? But
no, I agree.
Yeah, but if they've written back and said, well, we weren't in compliance with Part 5, but we were in compliance with Code Z, and Code Z is at least as stringent as the IESBA's Part 5. Well, I would see that as an assertion.
No.
Compliance with Part 5.
Yeah.
But I agree with that. And I think that it should be included also in the code, because if we accept, as we accepted, that IESBA code is not mandatory for all practitioners, we also need to accept that some practitioner may assert their independence with respect to the other codes, or say the other ethical standards that are assessed by a competent body as at least demanding as Part 5. So I wonder why this is not written into the code instead of just the document that summarizes the code.
To me, it would seem slightly odd for the IESBA code to say, if you want somebody to confirm that they comply with your code, they come back and say, well, no, we weren't compliant with your code, but actually we were compliant with Code Z. And maybe, do I know if Code Z is at least as stringent as the IESBA code? It might be something that somebody's come up with, it might be 2 pages long, I don't know.
No, I understand.
So I don't think somebody coming back and saying they are independent in accordance with some recognized code is something I could accept, unless I've done some valuation to say, okay, I would accept that as being at least as stringent as part.
But isn't it what you wrote in 2012?
No, not really.
No. Sorry. You said the requirement regarding another practitioner independence in accordance with Part 5 can be met if that practitioner is in compliance with other independence requirements in relevant laws, regulation, or professional standard related to assurance engagement that are at least demanding as Part 5.
Yeah, if it's at least as demanding, so if you know it's at least as demanding,
yeah,
and but then if they know it's at least as demanding, why wouldn't they simply say back we were compliant in accordance with Part 5?
No, and I'm in agreement.
But I think the issue is if they write back and they don't say, they just say it's compliance with some code. We're not going to put ourselves in a position of trying now to have to evaluate every single other code that's out there.
Right.
To say, is it as stringent as the IESBA code?
I agree with that, but the issue here is that
I think we could put. I don't know if to address your point. We could add something in, I guess, that says if their answer basically is asserting compliance with a code to be that is recognised as at least as stringent as Part 5 of the code, that's acceptable. We could add that for a clarification, possibly discuss that tonight. But I don't think we can just say you accept assertion of compliance with some other code.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if this is the position, and I agree with this position because we don't know who the other practitioner is and whether it is a PA or someone else. If this is the position, I think that the code should state something, because as it is written now, what was that reference again? If a PA receives a similar independence confirmation, cannot use the work.
When we drafted this proposal in 2B, it was because then it's on the practitioner to confirm its compliance with Part 5. how this compliance achieved, it's not explicitly stated here. But if we say that it's in compliance with Part 5 or something at least as demanding, I'm with Keith on that we are actually stating in the IESBA code that the response can be that we are in compliance with XZ standard, and it's the burden is on the practitioner, or so the burden is on the firm to see whether if it's at least as demanding. But that's not the question we ask from the practitioner. We just simply ask if you are independent or the practitioner is independent in accordance with the provisions in Part 4B, and it's the response is yes or no, and no need to further elaborate.
If another code, well, but I will not insist on this matter, but I recognize that there is an inconsistency here. If the request is, please confirm you are in compliance with Part 5, and he adopted another code, even if more demanding, the response will be no. Because it is not Part 5, it's another thing.
But it's independent in accordance with the provisions in Part 5.
So I think you've got to say, I think what Luigi's point is that you are at the same level of independence that you would be in Part 5, but you may not have ticked off all of the individual requirements. So we've got to say, if somebody is explaining, if somebody is providing an assertion that they are independent and it's not in accordance with Part 5, it's their assertion has to be that it provides the same level of independence that Part 5 provides.
I take that point. I think we can build something in that says you're getting an assertion that they are independent in accordance with Part 5, or a code that is at least as stringent as Part 5.
Yeah. The concept is already embedded into the IESBA document.
Right.
Well, of course, it is linked to an appropriate body to confirm, not the practitioner.
I mean, I can live with that, because we're not actually saying to ourselves, we then got to go away and just check and make sure that's at least as stringent, because we've already got to the position of saying you can rely on their assertion in a public report without going away saying, and then dive into it and double check and do some sort of routing around and making sure were they or not. This is really relying on an assertion from them that they are independent to the level you are asking to confirm.
Can I take another one? Okay, thank you. As far as the transition approach for early adoption, I'm fine. I wonder whether, as we already discussed, there is something to consider also for other cases, in particular with the value chain components, in situation where, let's say, the implementation time that we have in front of us is probably not sufficient. So this is...
Yeah, we had just for context, Sue and I, we had quite a good discussion with Luigi and Marta before the lunch break about the transitional periods and the amount of time. I don't know if now is the right time to be discussing that, or whether it comes up somewhere else, because it seems to me it's very much tied in with IEESB's position. But it's now. The question is, we're allowing the transition period we've got for implementation, which is about 2 years, end of 2006, isn't it? But the question is, some people are saying, well, actually, we are literally going to need longer than that to develop our internal methods and systems and everything else to be able to make sure this is all done properly. So there's a question is 2006? 2026, sorry. Sorry, not Doctor Who. Time traveller for anybody that doesn't follow UK television. 2026, is that actually long enough to sensibly allow firms to get everything sorted out that they need to get done? I don't know, but I'm just hearing from some corners that it could be very, very challenging and possibly even impossible to have it all sorted out by 2026. I'm not in a position to judge, because I'm not in the firms developing their systems and controls, and no real feel just how long it takes in reality, or what is then the right length of time. But we need to sort this out now, because we could sort of say, oh, we've got a bit longer to sort this out, but I think we do feel we need to be aligned with IEESB, so it wouldn't be very helpful if IEESB confirm and go out saying 2026 for ISO 5000, and then sometime down the line we said, oh, we've listened to some arguments from firms and we're coming out with 2028 or something, I don't know, or even 2027. So just putting it out there, it's been represented to us that 2026 isn't long enough for some firms to get this sorted out. And I guess it's probably the larger firms that have more relationships and things to monitor and follow and sort out.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm thinking about the effective date of 2026, it's for engagements on sustainability reporting or sustainable information covering periods beginning on or after December 26. In other words, if we take a calendar year basis, that would be for December 2027 engagements. And some firms might begin their interim work sometime in 2027. Now, assuming those standards go out in early 2025, we're talking at least 2 years as lead time for implementation. Now, the question is 2 years going to be sufficient or not? In some ways, well, clearly it's going to be for the firms, mostly for the formal firms, because jurisdictions have the ability to modulate the effective dates depending on how soon or how ready they are to adopt those standards. And that's what happens in practice in any event. But insofar as coordination with IESBA is concerned, as far as IESBA is concerned, the linkage is to relevant ethical requirements. So whatever ISA 5000 requires is for practitioners to apply the assurance standard from essentially from December 26. But with that comes compliance with relevant ethical requirements. And if relevant ethical requirements, meaning part 5, if it's a code, if part 5 says, well, there is a transitional provision, and if firms avail themselves of a transitional provision, they would still be in compliance with ISA 5000, because all they've done is they've complied with relevant ethical requirements. And if the relevant ethical requirements states, well, you have some additional time to do whatever you need to do to put in place the systems, etc., then you would still be on site. So in principle, it's going to be a matter for this board to decide, even though it's optically, it makes a lot of sense to have a coordinated effective date. The question is whether, from a practical perspective, whether a lead time for implementation more than 2 years would be called for in the context of also looking at it from the other side, which is the public interest in having robust standards in place already for those engagements once they start taking place. So it's a bit of a balance there, but the question is, 2 years optically seems to be, or even more than 2 years, seems to be a very long time, and already I think this board has, I think, probably gone more than what it would normally allow in terms of lead time for implementation, because in the past we've probably gone 12 months to 18 months in terms of implementation.
I think it would be helpful to have some thought from the board now, since we've obviously got a coordination meeting with IESBA tomorrow. And so we probably ought to be raising this with them. If we think there's a chance we're going to move the date, we probably ought to be alerting them to that, just so that they are on board. Well, not so much that they're on board, but that they are at least aware of it, because at the moment everybody sort of thinks they're working on the same. So if it's a possibility we won't be on the same date, then I think we need to alert them to that.
Sure, Keith, and thank you for raising that. And I know that there are a few members wanting to speak, but first thing, we discussed that in a coordination meeting in London. And by the way, in a very extensive way, we analyzed many different possibilities, and I think that we concluded together that this was the option that would allow all the objectives and all the interests to be coordinated as much as possible. And I'd just like to recall, as Ken was saying, I think 2 years is more than we usually go for, but I would always go back to everything that we have been saying about the urgency of this project, which of course over these last 2 years has triggered a lot of different. The process has been different. The approach has been different. We always knew that there were challenges, and there were challenges and difficulties, and this can be one more. I acknowledge that for the firms it can be complex to put everything in place. I don't put aside having some transitional, one or two transitional provisions or approach to one or two provisions, but I think that first the alignment in terms of dates with IESB is important to preclude the possibility of jurisdictions or whoever making other decisions with respect to ethics and still being compliant with IESB without taking the ethics standards. So I'd just like you to have this in mind. It's not any decision that we will be making will not be the ideal one, but we are here looking for practical solutions and agreements around what's possible and what's necessary to serve the public interest and the need of the market for this to be ready and available. Christelle.
Thank you. Yeah, we had extensive discussions with IEESB in coordination of what would be the right effective date, and for most of the elements to be taken into consideration, we had a common view that those 2 years were the right period. Now, what I hear is that on some aspects, which is the brand new addition in terms of management of independence, there might be such additional work that it should be dealt with a specific transition date. That's what Luigi is proposing. So I would be keen to discuss that with IEESB, because is there a reason that the administrative part of the quality management on that element is going to be the most difficult to address compared to other aspects of the performance management of the subject of value chain? I don't know. If we can share the arguments, then we would be better out with some transitional proposition. For the moment, all taken into consideration, including that brand new subject of value chain, we expected that having those 2 years plus the year after to finalize implementation before being at the end of 2027 for the first application. Yeah, it was enough. So it's difficult to and second aspect, we did not have a lot of comments saying you are out of mind with your initial propositions, yeah, on effective dates. This should also be taken into consideration when setting the definitive date.
Thank you for those comments, Christelle. And I'd also ask the board members to think about the date where for the first time we would have an assurance report developed on the basis of the IESBA, and the period between now and that moment is so large that I fear that the world is changing very quickly, and we risk that when we get there, we are already this is a real risk, but if we extend it even more, the risk will be more significant in that case. Chana, please.
Finally got it to work. So my thoughts are that we should align with IEESB. And if it's December 26, we go with that. I mean, in some countries, the decision has already been taken like 1st January 2025. And so, the firms will have to get ready for it. Even Australia last week, legislation was passed 1st January 2025, because Australia has a June 30th year end, so it will be 30th June 2026. And I think there's also a lot of phasing, like initially, the real big entities are getting it done. And then there's a phasing of about 3-4 years while they bring everything in line, plus initially limited assurance is also possible. So in that spirit, I would be open to considering whether value chain gets another extra year, but to keep to that 2026 date.
Thank you, Chana. Halfway proposal. Sadia, please.
Actually had a question to understand better what the transitional provision will be asking, because I agree alignment in the effective dates is important between the two boards. But if we allow an additional year, would that mean that you won't have to consider independence but be allowed to use the work? Or would it mean that you would ignore the work and do the work? So the other question is that if we don't give enough time, what's the public interest complication? If we don't allow sufficient time for implementation, what would this cause the firm in terms of time and costing to make sure that we are getting it, that we're setting a date that is in the public interest? So 2 questions. The first one, does it have to be on the entire set of 5406, or is there a specific element or circumstance that we want to allow a transitional provision? And then what's the public interest requirement for us to allow more time for implementation?
Thank you, Sadia. Mark?
Like in a sense, we're trying to sort of develop something to deal with a sort of patchwork of different responses. So we already know examples of jurisdictions, for instance, that in their implementation of sustainability reporting have allowed extra time for the implementation of, say, Scope 3 reporting in value chains. So in a sense, is the driver here for jurisdictions to determine when they switch on reporting requirements and then to have the ethical and independence requirements behind those, rather than trying to determine, when we should switch on the thing? I suppose personally, the other thing that I sort of wonder is from an implementation period perspective, ISQM1 had a 2-year implementation period, and I don't see what we're doing, even if there are requests on providers to build in sustainability within their quality management system, they've already got a quality management system that they can build it into. So if 2 years was adequate for that, I struggle to make a case that you would require more. So I think if there is a flex, and we'll discuss it in our meeting later on, if there is a flex, equally it is as relevant in terms of when jurisdictions decide to require reporting of certain information, rather than trying to sort of lead with when the code's effective date is. And also, I think it's very important that we do remain aligned with ISSA 5000.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, just to clarify the issue, the terms here are 2. There is the effective date, and then there are possible transitional rules. I agree that the effective date should be the same. No discussion about that. Why I'm thinking that the transitional rules are needed, at least for specific matter, which are the value chain components. The reason is that you cannot wait until the end of 2027 before understanding that you have an independence issue, right? Because it's too late. Yeah. You need to understand whether you have an independence issue upfront before accepting an engagement. So at latest, the end of the previous year, so 2026, basically. So nowadays, we have a reasonable amount of information about the groups in public registers, in the financial statements, and so on. There are no, at least I was not able to find them so far, there are no equivalent information about value chain entities, for example. I just read a sustainability report of one of our major entities in my country, and they stated that there are more than 10,000 suppliers, not value chain. They published a number of information, but they did not list the inventory of all value chain entities. So if a PA or a non-PA need to perform the take-home process, the client and engagement acceptance process upfront before deciding whether they are independent, they may have the risk not to have sufficient information. So it is a matter of the market to evolve, could be. I think so. But the process, what I'm saying is that the process to obtain the information, to perform this upfront analysis, is longer than in the traditional audit, basically. So, which is the risk? The risk is that a practitioner accept an engagement and then find himself in a situation where he discovered is not independent for many reasons. Is in the public interest to face the risk to have a massive resignation process in the market, massive compared with the current one, I'm saying. I don't know. I don't think, and this was the reason why I thought that probably a transition period with the effective date, as we already decided, may be advisable. If not, well, we can leave in any case. But the point is that when during the audit and the assurance and the engagement period, a PA or a non-PA would discover he is not independent, the only way is to resign from the engagement. If this is in the public interest, I'm fine. I don't think so. This is the key risk, in my view.
Luigi.
And it may be that it's slightly hand to mouth, but we've also got a session with the Forum of Firms at the beginning of November. So maybe it is a question that we can sort of send in advance and indeed welcome early comments on that issue.
Okay, right.
Just a question, going back to John's presentation in the morning when, I mean, the question 24 on the effective date. No.
The question was alignment, whether they support alignment.
That's my question, exactly. So was it about the effective date itself or the alignment?
Alignment with IEESB, but IEESB standards already set out that they would go for an 18 months, I think.
Yeah, they changed.
And I just checked the answers to question 24, and for those who responded, there was strong majority support for alignment.
Yeah, for alignment, but not necessarily for
the question about what's the right
what the date is exactly. So, okay. Okay, so
Okay, thank you very much. The task force will reflect on these considerations and concerns and come back with some proposal, I would say, later this week. Thank you very much. And thank you to the task force anticipatedly for taking these comments on board. Sylvia, back to you.
Couple of final issues. So what we were talking about before the effective date is using the assurance work of another practitioner and provided independence considerations in section 5406. But again, the using the work of another practitioner goes back to the assurance standards. And in ISSA 5000, IEESB also recognized that there might be a situation when the firm using the work, the non-assurance work of another practitioner for the purposes of the sustainability assurance engagement. And they got to this proposal mainly because, as they reasoned it, there sometimes it's difficult to determine whether it's a work is an assurance work or a non-assurance work. So they are really targeted to addressing the situations when the firm using a certification type of engagement or an agreed upon procedures that was carried out from another practitioner. And for using this work, they set out certain criteria that the other practitioner need to comply with. And one of them is to comply with the relevant ethical requirements. So this is what we discussed at the task force level, and we concluded that what we provided in, what we provided in part 5 or IESA is applicable only to sustainability assurance engagement. So to require another practitioner to comply with part 5 that was developed for sustainability assurance engagement in the face of a non-assurance work, that wouldn't be an operable or a balanced approach. But we believe it's important that in the IESA there would be relevant ethical requirements that the firm goes to when they decide to use this non-assurance work of another practitioner. Therefore, what we developed the guidance in the ethics standards in the IESA, and this is a guidance that in section 5300 that you can see on the screen now, that really goes back to the application of the conceptual framework and requires the sustainability assurance practitioner to exercise professional judgment to determine the appropriate steps to take if they intend to use the non-assurance work of another practitioner. And this guidance also proposes specific factors and examples to these appropriate steps. And this is not a brand new guidance. This is something that was already in the extent code when the practitioner intends to use the work of others. And that was the guidance that was already revised and updated as part of the technology revisions to the code. So this is a new guidance, but the task force believe that it's not a significant change from the ED, as it is really relies on the steps or the application of the conceptual framework. And we believe, again, that this is a light touch requirement. However, it sets out or it provides an appropriate, relevant ethical requirements that the firm needs to apply. Yes.
Can I just add some context to this, which is when we had the discussions with the IAASB, there is application material that they put into ISRS 4400, which they put in because there wasn't any because there weren't any relevant ethical requirements, and they're not really any relevant ethical requirements in ISRS 4400 because it's just in there as application material. So this was a decision that the task force took and a recommendation to the board to address that situation where we are very careful at all times not to be using the code to set performance standards. And we were equally wanting to avoid a situation where the performance standard tried to set relevant ethical requirements in a very unsatisfactory way, to my mind. So therefore, we took the decision to leverage what's already in 220 and follow that approach here to make sure that we had something that would deal with all scenarios that were explained to us where other work might be being used. So that's part of the background, but I think it's quite important to understand. And if you go away and look at the application material in 4400, you'll realize it's not actually worth anything at all. So it's almost like sort of wording in there for the sake of wording. And it's just important context for the board.
So if you have any comments on that new guidance in section 5300, that's.
Janine, please. Yes, thank you. I have a question. Is this a sort of the same kind of situation as if you would compare it to an audit where you would make use of the work of a management expert, sort of? Because there are some requirements then for the competence of the person and so on. And is that something that could be useful here too? Thank you. Good point.
We discussed that during our coordination with IEESB, and they explained that it's not the same situation. So it's, however, as you mentioned, in the IEESB standards, there is already some requirements regarding the competence of that individual whose non-assurance work they intend to use. So it's the IESA simply provides the relevant ethical requirements. But and I'm turning to others, but as I understood from our coordination, it is not the same as using the management expert. So it's not the same situation that using the management expert. Sorry, Ken. Yeah, Ken.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think you're referring to the use of the work of a management expert versus the use of the work of an external expert. Right? From the perspective of the ethical requirements, there's no distinction between a management expert and using information from the entity that's coming from management. So in other words, we approach using the work of a management experts as being information that's generated within the entity, and the code essentially addresses that information as it does in terms of the application of the conceptual framework. And there, using the provisions that deal with using the work of others in the code will apply, essentially, which is what this paragraph of 300.11 is leveraging in terms of using the work, the non-assurance work of another practitioner.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, Janine, for the question. So I think it's clarified. Any other comment?
Yes, and I think we got to the end of the issues regarding the coordination. Just quickly, I would like to raise that there are two other issues that included in the coordination table. And I don't suggest that we discuss it here. I just wanted to point it out. If you have any questions, maybe the best is to raise it at the coordination meeting with IEESB. But just to highlight, there are two issues: the quality management system and the relevant ethical requirements in the ISSA 5000. And regarding the quality management system, I think that's the issue that IEESB staff presented to us back in March and June as well, that the ISSA 5000 is premised on the application of ISQM1 and the IESBA codes, or requirements that are at least as demanding. And the ISSA 5000 requiring the engagement leader to be a member of the firm that applies ISQM1, or professional requirements or requirements in law and regulation that an appropriate authority has determined to be at least as demanding that ISQM1. So that's their approach. And in IESA regarding the quality management system, and that was our approach in the ED as well, we decided to be framework neutral, and we recognize that it is on the sustainability assurance standards to set out or require the sustainability assurance practitioner to have a quality management system in place. And we refer to ISQM1 only as an example in the case of ISSA 5000. So in that sense, there is no change in IESA regarding the quality management system. And what's also in the coordination table is the relevant ethical requirements in ISSA 5000. And there, as you can see, there is a slight, or there is some change from the previous version that was presented to the board in June, because then there was a three-way approach to what can be a relevant ethical requirements. Now there is two in the September version. Is the relevant ethical requirements includes the provision of the IESBA code related to the sustainability assurance engagements together with the national requirements, or professional requirements or requirements in law or regulation that an appropriate authority has determined to be at least as demanding. So there is no more this third approach that was in the absence of determination of an appropriate authority that would lead the firm to determine whether the provisions are at least as demanding. So there is this too in the ISSA 5000, but I don't believe that is something that for this board to discuss now. I just wanted to point out that this is something that was also part of the coordination and the provided input why IESB developed this approach. And if you have any comments, I believe that that would be something to discuss at the joint session. So yes, that's all on the coordination.
Are we proposing to stop now?
We are proposing to stop. So that was the last coordination matter
But
for workstream one.
yeah, but sorry, just a question, because I am mindful of how busy the agenda is. There are 4 slides on the scope. We've got 20 minutes. I'm just mindful of the fact that I don't want to rush things later on. So if we've actually got it, because this is I hope, a reasonably straightforward area. Now I've just condemned us all to disaster.
Because we still have workstream 2 and
Oh, no, but we're due to finish at 10 past. So can I do that? Okay, if I turn out to be completely misinformed and it's something that we need to discuss at length, then we'll come back tomorrow and do it. But there are a couple of standards. We asked in the consultation for feedback on the proposed criteria that we used to say where you should apply Section 5, and you'll remember that we'd effectively pitched it on sustainability assurance engagements that would have the same level of public interest as an audit, so it follows the model that we've leveraged. I think the important thing that came from that is that there was a reasonable level of stakeholder support for our proposal that we should parallel it with an audit. But then there was an intervention from IOSCO, and IOSCO said you should require the application of Part 5 for all sustainability assurance engagements where it's required by law or regulation. And so it's something that the task force addressed at length. There was also a question about whether or not Part 5 should apply to voluntary engagements, and some of the comments that came out were, Part 4B of the code, because obviously 4B is still relevant to sustainability assurance engagements that fall outside of Part 5, that don't fall within the scope of Part 5. 4B is not profession agnostic, although, as we've said, we have intended to address that in a future project. So as I said, the task force has discussed this at length, and actually this is the relevant section in terms of the scope that's on the screen in front of you, and the task force's proposal is not to change what we originally put out for consultation, save for one small tweak. We still believe that it's appropriate to capture sustainability assurance engagements that are at the same level of an audit of financial statements, so recognising that higher bar. We thought if we agreed to the IOSCO proposal, it was a very broad proposal, and effectively it would bring lots of sustainability assurance engagements within the scope of Part 5 that probably don't have the same level of public interest as an audit of financial statements, and would be something that could be addressed if this board chose to revise Part 4B in due course. And some of the other things that we were also considering is as part of the sort of wider non-authoritative material that would be used to support application, but I think that's a sort of more general debate. We made one tweak, as you'll see, to bullet B2, where it's publicly disclosed to support decision making by investors or other users. And that again was part of our alignment, wasn't it, that we picked up or something?
It's just a clarification.
Clarification. I don't know, can't say clarification because we never clarify things with clarifications. But we have made that one tweak. So for the possibility of just dealing with that, I just wanted to say, are board members broadly happy with where we've got to in terms of not changing the scope? And in particular, do you agree with where the task force got, I think particularly in respect of IOSCO's suggestion that we should extend the scope of Part 5 to all sustainability assurance engagements, whether required by law or regulation? So with that, I'll pause.
Thank you, Mark. I don't see anyone for the time being wanting to speak, but I'd like to just make a question for the sake of clarity. ISA 5000 will be applicable to all engagements, irrespective of whether they are mandatory, voluntary, whatever it's the dimension. So it's all. For those engagements which will be covered by ISA 5000, but which are not in the scope of Part 5, what will happen in terms of the applicable independence and ethics and independence framework?
Part 4B. So the relevant ethical requirement in ISSA 5000 indicates the IESBA provision, the provisions in the IESBA code applicable to the sustainability assurance engagement, and that includes Part 5 and Part 4B as well. So those engagements that are not under the scope of the IIS in Part 5, Part 4B would apply.
Okay. So the floor is open for comments. Does the board agree with this approach, with keeping the scope and not enlarging it as suggested by IOSCO?
Yeah, just so my question is, what are the implications of taking the decision now to extend the scope to all sustainability engagement? Yeah, just so that we can.
Well, in a sense, I suppose two things that we considered. Firstly, when we developed the proposal for consultation, it was, how are we best capturing engagement of public interest? One of the things that the task force also discussed is, of course, if jurisdictions want to extend the scope, then jurisdictions can do that. So we're not actually standing in the way of a jurisdiction that wanted to take a more expansive position. But we thought that this was a balanced one for us to do, indeed part of the framing of Part 5 is that it's equivalent to Part 4 and works in that public interest context of an audit. And it was an important consideration that it was where you've got information that's going to be used for decision-making purposes or to meet legal or regulatory requirements. So, I think that this is a question that we can continue to deal with, if the board does take a decision that it's going to have a project to revise Part 4B of the code or to consider alignment of sustainability reporting to also pick up Part 4B as well.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, just for the record, Sylvia, if you don't mind moving to the previous slide. So IOSCO's recommendation to the board in terms of the scope of the international independent standards in Part 5 wasn't just in relation to all engagements on sustainability information prepared in accordance with a general purpose framework, and that is required to be provided in accordance with law regulation. Essentially, their recommendation was to cover all sustainability information prepared in accordance with any framework, whether it's general purpose or special purpose, as long as information is required by law or regulation. Right. So just want to make sure the board understands that the comment wasn't just addressed to sustainability information prepared in accordance with a general purpose framework, but their comment was essentially unbounded and wasn't tied to any particular framework. It was just if the information is required by law or regulation, that information or the assurance work needs to be covered under Part 5. So that's really the context of the comment, and we did explain to IESBA when we met with them in June, and we explained that this was really going to be scoping a huge amount of engagements, and without really understanding the types of engagements that would be covered, the danger would be really to impose the stringent requirements for independence under Part 5 to a whole swath of system assurance engagements, for which, as Mark says, there may not be the same level of public interest as audits of financial statements, and potentially even constrain the supply of sustainability assurance practitioners to carry out those engagements, and more importantly, those engagements that would be actually of the public interest. So that was really the response we gave, and I think really the board should proceed very, very cautiously here, and allow the market to evolve and really understand the range of sustainability assurance engagements that might start to come onto stream, especially those that are going to be mandated, before considering whether really to further enlarge the scope of those engagements that we captured under the scope of Part 5.
Thank you, Ken. Any other comments? No. So I rest my case, but I must say, and you know what my opinion is because we discussed it extensively before. I mean, I can understand the approach, and that there's the proportionality and allowing the market to evolve and all these arguments, of course, but I still see a point there. So I mean, I'm not wanting the board to change anything, and that's why I wanted that everyone to come in or not, which was the case most of the times. But I still see a point there because, to my view, when the law requires this information, it's because there is a public interest. So I don't see situations, or many situations, where there will be a legal requirement for this information to be provided without an underlying public interest. So for me, it's difficult to split the two situations. And secondly, not to speak about secondly, I think that this will give a little bit room for this concern that IESA 5000 will be applicable to all, irrespective of the burden and the requirements, and etc. And the independence requirements will be different depending on this scope that we are defining. This will for sure give room for some fragmentation that in the future will be very difficult to overcome and go back. But yes, I think the board, if the board is comfortable, and I think that that this is the case because it's what in June the board has already agreed upon, and I'm thankful to the task force because you got back to the topic and analyzed it further. So, I mean, it's fine, but I just wanted also for the record to leave these considerations or reflections that this approach may take. I hope that I'm completely wrong. None of these risks will materialize, but yeah, just wanted to leave this with you. Janine?
Yes, thank you. Yes, when I listen to the discussion, and I agree with you, Gabriela, that when there is a legal requirement, and these specific frameworks are often, the way I see it, at least in my home country, are often especially required by law for certain, certain purposes, and also in the public interest and area. But my question is, what would it mean if ISA 5000 would be used and there is Part 4B? Is that operable for all these situations? Or are there then any, so to say, large issues, unintended consequences or things? that makes it very difficult?
It would work exactly that in that way. So things that weren't caught within the scope of Part 5, there is a relevant ethical requirement in terms of Part 4B. One of the things that has been an earlier sort of discussion when we were thinking of the original scoping of this project was that, you know, would there be a subsequent project that looked to also deal with Part 4B as well? And the board took the decision at the time that it would be something that would follow later, because if we tried to do everything, we would probably delay the completion of the work that's now sort of beginning to come very close to a conclusion. So we do have something that is operable and something that will work. In future years, when this project is concluded, there may well be another project to build out in the same way. But we certainly aren't leaving those engagements without a relevant sort of ethical and independence framework.
Thank you, Chair. Just maybe a couple of additional observations, just really to inform the board's consideration and maybe the final position on the scoping. One is if indeed the scope of the IIS in Part 5 were to be expanded to include any sustainability assurance engagement required by law or regulation, a similar consideration would need to be applied with regard to Part 4B. Because Part 4B doesn't is not just any assurance engagement. Part 4B doesn't specify whether it covers engagements that are required by law or regulation. So we would have to make that very clear as well. So if a jurisdiction were to require, let's say, an audit of information prepared in accordance with a special purpose framework, that would be under Part 4B. But at the moment, we are not requiring that engagement to be captured under Part 4A. And that's really, we have to think about the other side of the coin as well. So I think it's important to bear that in mind. Maybe the other consideration as well is the reason why there's a Part 4B in the code is that the board and its wisdom at the time when it developed Part 4B was to really be sensitive to the smaller practices or the environment of small and medium practices firms that actually carry out audit and of assurance engagements. And the board then did not believe that it would be in the public interest to impose all the stringent requirements that apply to audits of financial statements to other assurance engagements that would be, let's say, of a lower level of public interest that many SMPs actually carry. And therefore that's where we are, that we have a Part 4B, a Part 4A and a Part 4B. Insofar as the independence requirements are concerned. So just two important considerations to bear in mind as we weigh the approach to scope.
Thank you very much, Ken. Rania, please.
So just a clarification. So in terms of our entire code, so it covers like engagements, assurance engagements that are in accordance with general purpose framework. Okay, generally, but whether they are performed by accountants or PAs or non-PAs. But with regards to, and if the engagement is in accordance with special purpose framework, then it is covered, then we have Part 4B that addresses that, provided it's being performed by a PA. But then I think that leaves us with a gap when it comes to them being performed by non-PAs.
Yeah, right.
Which is what Mark mentioned earlier, that the board has a commitment in the strategy and work plan to address the need to cover the non-PAs when it comes to the Part 4B type engagements.
Okay, so my last follow-up question is, so, I mean, with all the effort that we have been putting, I realize that this is maybe not a minute, but with all the effort that we've been putting to ensure coordination and that we're in the, I mean, should we consider as a board what are the implications for the issue of coordination and how that will be perceived, or, I mean, just some food for thought.
Sorry, you mean coordination with IEESB?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, I mean, we want to weigh things, put them in perspective. So, I mean, we have been working so diligently to make sure that, you know, we are coordinating with them and so on. And now it comes to this and we stop and say, you know,
Yeah, the ASR will be coordinated with ISA 5000, whether it's limited assurance engagements or reasonable assurance engagements, 100% coordinated, except for coverage of non-PAs when it comes to
special
engagements that are not within the scope of Part 5, the IAS in Part 5. So, and that's why there is that commitment, as I mentioned earlier, to address the need to make Part 4 be profession agnostic. And once this is done, then whatever is in the code will be fully coordinated and supportive of any type of assurance engagements covered under ISA 5000.
Okay, David?
You might have answered my question, Ken, because I was actually looking at something similar to Rania from the other perspective. So if ISA 5000 refers to IESBA's code as the default for this, is their scope limited equally to general purpose framework? Because if it's not, then it feels to me like we're creating a real gap. And so I just wanted to clarify my misunderstanding, because I wanted to make sure I'm clear about that, because I would worry a little bit if they refer to IESBA code for ethics on independence, etc., and their scope under ISA 5000 is more than general purpose frameworks, then it feels to me like there's a real gap then.
It's
Am I misunderstanding, or is
a bit of a parallel, David, would be you have an audit. An audit can be of a PI or a non-PI.
Yeah.
You still apply the code. It's just that in the code we have some more stringent requirements that apply for independence purposes for PI audits than for non-PI audits, but they are still caught.
Okay.
So we're not leaving anyone behind.
So we're not creating a public interest risk
No.
by virtue of this?
No.
Okay. That would be my only concern if we were doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the reference to the code in ISA 5000 is couched in general terms. In other words, it's referring to relevant ethical requirements. And relevant ethical requirements are defined in the IEESB standard to be the IESBA code or ethical requirements that are at least as demanding at the national level. So the IESBA code will be inclusive of both Part 5 as well as Part 4B. So any type of, as I mentioned, any engagement carried out under ISA 5000 will be covered in terms of the ethics and independence under the code, except for engagements carried out by non-PAs that are not within the scope of the IIS in Part 5. And that gap is what is on the board's strategy and what can be addressed and closed off.
Which makes sense. Who's tracking the potential gap? So as we look at it, we have some understanding of potentially what's not being captured in the non-PA space. So we've got some sense of potential risk, to Gabriella's point, because I do tend to agree. As soon as you mentioned it, it had me thinking as well, because I was wondering about the same thing on law and regulation, because usually regulators don't regulate unless they have to, right? There's just no interest in doing that. So that's what caused me to think about, well, who's tracking and who's looking at the potential scope of this risk area? Agreed, hopefully nothing happens, but it would be helpful, I think, as well to have some sense of how much risk are we talking about in terms of what does this capital space look like, et cetera, so that we can understand that better.
Yes, the gap in the scope was identified quite a long time ago and left purposely aside for the sake of addressing the priorities. This gap is the fact that a company is not under the law and regulation mandate or is within a law and regulatory mandate to publish something, but without anything mandatory about the framework, or a company that is publishing voluntarily information on its own set of indicators, etc. Yeah. So these are in the hole, in the gap. And you have two answers, which are in ISA 5000, it's relevant ethics requirements. In the IESBA code, it's Part 4B mandatory for PAs, Part 4B recommended for non-PAs. If those non-PAs cannot comply with an interpretation or of 4B, for example, they will not sign with a IESBA code compliance. Yeah, it will be another type of work, and this for the time where it is not enough defined for them. For example, if you look at the content of the Part 4B, in fact, it addresses a lighter way of addressing independence issues, but for the rest, it's the same principles, etc., that apply. Yeah, so it's really if you, as a non-PA, have gone through the Part 5 and managed your way out of that, pretty confident that if you invest a little, you'll be able to apply a 4B set of independence requirements. You see what I mean? So the gap is there. Okay, it's seen as less of a public interest, because I would expect that if it's of public interest, that law and regulation says it is mandatory to publish sustainability information, they would also require it to be in a general purpose framework. I mean, setting the scene in a narrow way would be quite strange, no, for a regulator?
Potentially, yeah. So the concern isn't for me that it wouldn't be understood or there wouldn't be mechanisms to fall back on. It was more back to what Ken said a little bit earlier. This one is general purpose framework. And I think it's what I would be more comfortable understanding is if we have a market that's this pie, how much of that big pie are we talking about being at risk? So if, for example, 90% of the capital market's covered and it's a 10% capital market risk, that's a very different discussion than if it's, well, no, actually it's a 40% market risk. I'm just trying to get some sense of scale. That would help me get comfortable to say, am I okay with this risk then? As we talk about it as a board,
what is the risk about sustainability? If you speak about capital market, the listed company in most of the countries are in PI definition. So they would be included there. Yeah.
Even for special purpose.
What is left aside is smaller companies. And what is the risk for the public interest? I would argue that it is a non-PI company left aside from obligation, but having a great impact potentially on environment. Yeah, because we did not extend, it is for law and regulation to extend the notion of PI specifically with a view of sustainability. Yeah, so if a non-PI is publishing information or should be required to publish information for that is very risky, yeah, because they embed in their business model a lot of risk, environment, social, or whatever for in a jurisdiction, and it is not a listed company. Maybe this would fall into the hole.
So Christelle's point,
specifically
I
on
know it's not pie, but
your
but
question,
Yeah.
is that from a capital markets perspective,
perspective.
virtually all of them fit within, and very few would fall without. So from a capital markets risk, the risk would
Yeah.
be very, very small.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that everyone is happy with this approach, and I'm happy that everyone is happy, and I'm happy with you. I just thought, sorry, Mark, because I think that I spoiled your objective of solving this very quickly. But I think that this conversation was needed to make sure that everyone around the table understands exactly what is being decided here, what are the consequences, what are the reasons, and etc. So fine, that's the board's approach, and I'm fine with it. Yeah, so back to you. That's it. So can we break?
Yeah.
So we will break for 20 minutes, right, Ken? So we will be back at 3:40, 20 minutes before the hour. Thank you.
We don't have anything to do now. No, we don't.
No. I thought we had a meeting yesterday. When I arrived, I thought, oh, my God. You remember when
This is a different issue.
Quite complex for me.
No, but you know your ISA 5000.
Yeah, I know that very well. Yeah.
We can tell.
Oh, and I will, next time I will know.
You switch?
I switch. Say hello properly.
But who is at the
At IESBA, Dave Sullivan.
I think he was here one of the previous meetings.
Thank you so much for being back. And we are now going to the last part of our meeting, which is half on sustainability still, and the other half on coordination matters related with experts. And for that, I will give you who is the one? Christelle? Okay, Christelle, I'll give you the floor to present the update of the work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for this part, we are going to focus on one element of coordination that was the most significant for workstream 2 with on matter of coordination with IESB. It's a matter that we have been discussing almost every board since Abu Dhabi. So it's a major one. In June, we discussed with the board that, and we agreed on a strategic direction for that we should have the same terms of and definition where possible, that further coordination was necessary to achieve a common core definition, and that we would have separate add-on to provide the context that is necessary for each board. So based on that, we have worked with the ED feedback on the question, do you support the definition of sustainability information? And we had a strong support from the respondents, both on the principle of coordination and also there was drafting suggestion that we took into consideration when we developed the common core definitions that we are presenting today. So first, sustainability information is information about sustainability matters. The same in the two ISA 5000, IESA. Sustainability matters, same wording, exactly the same, about environment, social, governance, and other sustainability-related matters as defined or described in law and regulation, or relevant sustainability reporting frameworks, or as determined by the entity for purpose of preparing or presenting sustainability information. So the compromise that we went through and reached with the IESB is to adopt the double term construct with sustainability information and sustainability matters. And the common core definition of sustainability matters points to the principal role of legal or voluntary reporting frameworks in defining and describing the sustainability matters that should be reported, since it is not for the assurance or ethics frameworks to determine these matters. It mentions also the widely recognized ESG topics that we were was very important to us since for a long time. Also allowing for the existence of other sustainability-related topics. If you remember our discussions, this was to ensure that the definition stays evergreen, right? On the sustainability information add-on for IESBA purpose, a lot of these lists were already there in our previous definition. We included some drafting suggestions made by respondents to the EG. For instance, we included reference to the governance structure. It's third to last bullet described in entities, governance, etc. We added a reference to the business model as it encompasses the inputs and outputs from pursuing an organization's strategic objectives. This is the last two bullets. And we also included the reference to the risk and opportunities in the second to last bullet. In terms of the presentation of these two definitions in the code's glossary, sustainability information, sustainability matters. Workstream 2 is proposing to define both terms under the definition of under the entry sustainability information and include this add-on in italics following the code's drafting convention at the end of that entry. And if, just as a reference, we can come back on that, but as a reference, if we see how the IESBA is intending to present it on next slide, you see that sustainability information is information about sustainability matters, and then they add what is necessary for them about the question of criteria, the references to other texts, to other standards in their literature, etc. So it's really specific. And on the next slide, you see that we have the same sustainability matters definition, and they needed an add-on for the IEESB, which we did not need, which was about the fact that it related to another term which was equivalent, underlying subject matter, which they have, I think, in the audit references texts. Okay. So our question today is, do you agree with what we ended up having two terms, sustainability information, sustainability matters, and specific defined the same way, specific adds-on for specific purposes of each board. If we go back to the content of the italics, which may be the more dense list, if you have any question, of course, we're here to try to answer to them.
Thank you very much, Christelle. The floor is open for the board to comment. And the question is, if you agree with the proposed definition reached in coordination with IEESB. David, yeah, David.
I do actually agree. I think the way that between the two boards, the compromise has been reached in terms of the working groups. I think it's a sensible approach. I think it's accessible and understandable. And I don't have any concerns. I think the italic list is quite extensive. Could more be added perhaps, but it's actually fairly comprehensive. And I would probably suggest leaving it as it is and see, how it plays out when we do a post-implementation review. And I'm also not concerned about the the IEESB's additions either. I think they're also quite sensible, and I think it clarifies what they need to do as well. So I think you guys did well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Rania, please.
I'm also very much in favor of what you have here. I just thought to mention, although I believe it is scoped in the issue of human rights. I mean, today it is a big issue. I believe the way the definition is worded, I think it is scoped in just for you to consider whether or not you would like to mention human rights very explicitly.
So I'm not sure at which board we discussed this, but we did. I remember we did, and it is included in social in general. And if I look at the French reference, which I know well since 10 years, the question of human rights has to be disclosed, has to be assured. Yeah. And so it is, well, it fits well in the social discussion.
My only point is that's why I said I know it's scoped in.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that today it's becoming, it's increasingly becoming a major issue on its own. And so perhaps you may want to consider, perhaps in coordination with IESB, to mention it like very explicitly as a possibility. Just for you to think of.
If you remember, our definition should be stabilized over time. And for example, we could say, well, you don't speak about CO2 or carbon emission or whatever. Yeah, but it's in environment. It's very important. It may be the first one where you have a lot of discussion and information that is expected from the market, and it would be a big focus for a few years. But still, our definition should go over time. So this is why we didn't be too specific in the definition. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Rania, for raising that, and Christelle for your response. I would like to, you did it at the start of your intervention, Christelle, to remind you the discussions that we had in Abu Dhabi about this topic and how granular we should be or not. And of course, everyone had a different perspective of what would be the most relevant topics that we should include, like human rights, biodiversity. The IESB decided to include culture at a certain moment. So, and our conclusion by the time that I think we have been sticking to is that this should be kept as flexible, absorbing as possible, which is, by the way that we should think as much as possible is to make sure that it's drafted in a way which will be able to capture the many developments over time without requiring necessarily a change in the standard setting. So I agree with you. This is a very sensitive topic. Probably in some moment it will be probably the most relevant one, but we don't know. And if actually it's captured there on social, it will be then on us to see how much we can or we want to do in that respect. But I think I really think that we made the right decision in that inspired meeting in Abu Dhabi last year. Yohei?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a brief comment that nothing new, but I really appreciate that IESBA have been working closely with the IWSB for the coordination since the last meeting in order to enhance the interoperability. From stakeholder perspective, I'd like to mention again that the consistency ensuring interoperability with ISSA 5000 is crucial. So I really support the proposal, which is better aligned with the ISSA 5000. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Vania?
You said already what?
Oh, sorry.
As opposed to include culture as well. So let's reduce the alphabet soup instead of putting things and things and things out there. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Amajit, yes, please. Thank you, Amajit. Any other comment? Christelle? So we are done. So
coordination. That's subject now. Thank you, guys.
okay, thank you. So we are ahead of time, and just like to ask Janine from the PIOB side, since we are closing this topic, if you would like to add something.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela. Yeah, I think this was a very important session today on the coordination, not only the definitions, but also how the implications, what these are in practice. And so for me, it was also very valuable to better understand what we now have in the ISA. And from the paperwork, it's not always, the discussion gives really more of an in-depth knowledge or understanding, I should say, from what we're trying to do. So yeah, I said already in the beginning that a lot of work has been done by the task force, and it's very good work. And yeah, I already said, yeah, the J1 paper, for me, very important to really also see where all the alignment is, and if there, and it's very important to also, when we talk about flowcharts that help out for people, which is very important for not only for the non-professional accountants, but also for professional accountants to get this real understanding of all the different types of practitioners and experts and what that means in terms of independence in the end, and which is aligned with ISA 5000. But also, I think where you also put where maybe also something to think about, what is in paper J1 with the definitions and how it is aligned is also very valuable, I think, for the firms that have to implement all of this, that they see, oh yeah, there is this alignment and this is how it's done. So very well, yeah. So yeah, from my perspective or the PIOB perspective, we really want to see this flowchart because we think it's very important, and then so that everyone can see, oh yeah, this is how it works. And now I got this feeling from, oh yeah, now what kind of level of independence is required for each different type of practitioner in what situation. But that is much easier when you have this flow chart. And then it's also easier, I think, to understand if you read the ISA, what it all means. So that's, I think, the most important comment that I like to make. And I like to comment again all the hard work that went into this. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine. But we are not done for today because we still have some coordination topics on experts to address. And for that, I would like to give the floor to Laurie, our Vice Chair, and not before also thanking the amazing work that the task force and the staff has done. It's a slightly quiet achievement because we are not speaking that much about the experts, but it's really an important and very relevant part of the infrastructure that we are delivering. So this is ethics for reporting, ethics for assurance, and the use of experts, which very soon we realize that would have an incredible impact in the work of the practitioners when providing sustainability assurance. Of course, this project is not only about sustainability, it's also about other things. It's about all the areas, growing, increasing areas where the professional accountants and other practitioners need to make use of the work of other experts. This was something that was, just to recall the framework provided, that was required since already some time now by our stakeholders, namely by the PIOB. So again, the IESBA is taking its responsibilities, and even if it was an additional challenge and ambition, developing this framework, completely new, by the way, together with the sustainability frameworks. Again, we are with a product to be discussed and hopefully approved very soon. And thank you very much to the task force, a very, very active task force as far as I could understand and see. And Laurie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriella. So I should start by saying that I've been hugely impressed by the work that the sustainability team has done, both today, but before we got here, the amount of work in the summer addressing ED comments. We have equally been hard at work, though an admittedly smaller size standard to deal with, sort of deceptively complex in the sense that I think when we took this on, we thought, okay, how hard can this be? Well, it's hard, right? You know, we've tussled around. We've done our diagram, Janine, some time ago because really it just helped us formulate in our heads, is this working, not working, and who's in, who's out, but how do we do that? So I think I will say just a few words and I'm going to hand over to Cam. Today, we're just going to talk about coordination with the IAASB and where we've gotten to on that. High level, I will say we've had very productive sessions with the team, with our team and the IAASB team to make sure that we're coordinating. You know, we had a lot of commentary, I think, on both sides about whether the provisions belong, which side of the fence the provisions belonged on. Sometimes those were just people who were confused about why something was in the ethics space, if it was mentioned in by IESBA in their drafting. Other times it's because it belongs a little bit in both and making sure we're cross-referencing and making clear why. I think we've landed all of that subject to comments that we'll receive Thursday when we go through the main text in much greater detail. So we may have to double back and do some fine tuning, but that was very productive and not painful. I think as we've noticed, the coordination is very important to both groups and has been taking place very effectively over the course of the summer. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Cam, I'm going to hand over to you. I'll jump in if there's any help needed on clarification. But Cam really spent the lion's share of the time doing that coordination discussion. So she's closest to the subject matter and the nuance as to why we landed where we landed. I should also mention before we go into this, as always, we have a fantastic task force, and that's made up of Sadia, Luigi, Andy, Cam. Ken is involved as he is in everything. I can never figure that out up to his eyeballs. And Joanna, who joined us not too long ago. So we have a great group. Cam, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. So as you've pointed out, there's two issues in relation to coordination with the IAASB for the experts project. The first is in relation to the evaluation of competence, capabilities, and objectivity, and the related prohibition on using the work of an external expert in the experts provisions. So what the issues really were, as Laurie already alluded to in her introduction, was essentially the interoperability of both the IESBA and IAASB standards. In essence, the ISA 620 and ISA 5000 includes and requires the evaluation of CCO competence, capabilities, and objectivity. However, unlike the experts provisions, which also requires the evaluation of CCO, it does not contain any explicit prohibition on using the work of an external expert. I kind of said that in a rather looped way, but the experts provisions, just to reiterate, contain the provision on using prohibition on using the work of an external expert if that external expert is not competent, capable, and objective, whereas the IAASB provisions do not. So the questions were raised, first of all, how do these two provisions operate together? And secondly, why the IESBA is setting performance standards in that aspect. So in terms of the coordination discussions, we have had many, as Laurie mentioned, and what we've come to is to add a bridge in both our respective standards to essentially illustrate how the two standards interoperate. So as a start, in ISA 5000, there was a bridge added to the IESBA provisions. So essentially, as you'll see on the screen here, oops, I switched. Here. So on the so in the ISA 5000, there's a bridge added, which you can see in this extracted paragraph here, And this paragraph is essentially a replica of what the IESBA's experts provisions state when the practitioner determines that the external expert does not have the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivities. So this prohibition is explicitly included in the ISA 5000 provisions, essentially linking to the ethical provisions. And in addition, the experts provisions includes the link back to the relevant performance standards, which have other considerations and other requirements in respect of evaluating the adequacy of the external experts' work and what those implications for the engagements are. So I just wanted to pause here because this is the first leg of the issues and see if Lori, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think the language about the adequacy really gets to the performance element, which, so in a sense, and we talked about this earlier when Keith and I were chatting about an issue about how something was sent over to the IAASB for handling. In a similar way, what we're saying is we do CCO because there are clear ethical implications around competence, capability, and objectivity. But when it comes to assessing performance side of the work, that is sent over to be handled under the IAASB standard. Now, some people have asked, well, why do you, it's redundant. Why do you have to say it here? This is really twofold. One, to provide easy clarity. I mean, we had a number of comments that came in under the EDs, which were asking, why are you talking about this? So we're trying to just make it clear that we are not addressing the adequacy of the performance standard that goes elsewhere. And likewise, on the IAASB side, they're not specifically setting all the details around CCO, but they mention CCO as one of the many factors that are required to be looked at. So that both sides of the issue are covered. And to the extent, and practitioners have different levels of agility dealing with these codes. So this gets rid of the confusion about where else do I have to look, right? We're dealing with the ethics issue. This points you to the performance side of things where you need to go. So we're comfortable that that gives enough clarity as to who's doing what. But I think we'll pause there and see how other people feel about that in the room.
Okay, thank you very much. Christelle?
I have a question here on the formulation of the B. How does such work fit with CCO? The implication for the engagement if the practitioner determines that such work is not adequate. Is it the work of assessment of the CCO? Is it the work of the other practitioner? What's the work?
That's
word?
intended to be the work of the practitioner. That's the performance aspect of the work.
So there are two elements that you address. It's first, do you reach a CCO satisfactorily, and you make reference to what happens in the performance assurance performance standard. And the second one is about the adequacy of the work performed. That's the point.
So in the IAASB standard is looking at the adequacy of the actual work performed.
And you do too?
No, we do
So
not.
why do you put reference to that? Because this is in our IESBA sections, yes? This is what you included in the IESBA section.
This is then pointing to, this is reminding readers that in addition to the ethical implications of evaluating CCO and what happens, then there are also performance considerations. For example, assessing the adequacy of the external experts' work by the practitioner. That is addressed in the performance standards, and the implications with respect to that are in the performance standards.
But I would expect there are a lot of other things addressed in performance standard. on the experts. So why did you add this one? Has it an echo with what you say elsewhere in our code?
Yeah, specifically why this one is because there were a lot of exposure draft comments with respect to, how this actually interplays with the IESB standards on essentially these 2 points here. That's the A and B that you see here. Understandably, there's a whole suite of other requirements.
In some ways, Christelle, this was not intended to be relisting all those things. It's a signpost. Go to the performance standards.
Yeah.
To then look at adequacy of the work performed. Because we're not handling that there, but it seemed from the exposure draft comments that people were confused. So we've done that, and on the other side of the fence, the IAASB has done it as well, so that people understand. With regard to CCO, they've put a
Yes.
signpost in the detail sits in the ethics side.
Yeah, so on the CCO, so on the A,
Yeah.
I see why we do that with a mirror. On the B, it's the expert has done the work and it's not satisfactory, not from the ethical point of view. I understand from the performance point of view. So it means that your CCO was eventually positive, but finally the work was
For whatever reason.
nuts. And so they say what you should do, I suppose, in the performance standard. I just didn't see why we did have to include that one.
Yeah, mainly because of these comments where people were confused that we were assessing, we're not assessing performance. So it's go elsewhere
Okay.
for the applicable professional standards to deal with the adequacy of the performance, because we don't really go into that in our standard. It may be, Crystal, that we'll take away and look at the formulation of that sentence. If it's not as clear.
Because we don't
Sure.
ask to go back on the CCO with the result of the work, or do we? We do
Okay.
not. No?
We'll have a relook at that and just
Okay.
think about that. That's
Thank you.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Christelle and Laurie. Sunam, please.
Thank you. I agree with your rationale and also the inclusion of this paragraph. But from my perspective, I think whether this paragraph is located in the right place, because it's at the almost an end of this whole section, right? And also at the conclusion level, all of a sudden, this paragraph says applicable professional standard might address. Says that, from my perspective, there's no linkage with or between. So I believe we need to take a look at whether this part is the right place for this paragraph. And also we need to think about the linkage between different sections or paragraphs.
Okay, thank you. I know you're always our true north on that stuff, so we'll have a look.
Thank you, Sunam. Rania, please.
Yeah, so on the wording of part A, so the applicable professional standards might address that the CCO of an external expert are factors that significantly affect whether, or is it how, the work of the external expert?
Yes,
Whether.
It's yes or no, no? Or it's
whether.
how?
It's whether.
It's whether.
Sorry, I say, this is aligned with the wording that's actually used in the ISA 620 and ISA 5000 in terms of that, the factors of CCO significantly affect. This terminology is from their standard.
But I mean, wouldn't we expect applicable professional standards to consider that these factors do affect it, but the question is how? I mean, is it possible that a set of applicable professional standards.
I think it's whether the work will be adequate for the practitioner's purpose, not affect
No,
how.
I mean, the way I understand it is that the question is whether CCO affects the work of, I mean, whether the work is adequate or not. I think, I mean, we can agree that we know that it affects it. The question is how and to what extent and what are the implications, if you get my point. I'm not sure about, I mean, if we're trying to replicate other wording elsewhere, but my question is, we would expect it to affect it, but perhaps it's not as black or white, yes or no. It's just something for you to consider. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Rania. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to start by just thanking the task force for given the complexity of the issue, the criticality of coordination with IAASB and the comments. I think this document's in really good shape. Your explanation as to why 390.13A2 was put in there and part of the coordination is helpful. I actually think that Sunam's comment on placement is a relevant consideration that we should look at. And the reason for that is I'm a little concerned goes about how the paragraphs flow right above it. 390.12 tells us that if you cannot determine the expert is competent, capable, or objective, then the accountant shall not use the work. But then 390.13A1 seems to suggest that you might still use the work. And I'm not sure that's what was intended by that, but I also think 390.13A2A has some of that same implication. But if you move it somewhere else, I think it makes more sense to me. I'm not sure why 390.13A1 is there at all, but I think I now understand why we need 390.13A2, but I don't think it's in the right place as part of the conclusion analysis in the document. So I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think we're fine. We'll play with it with the task force and see if we can come up with something that flows better. Clearly not the intent to suggest, I mean, and on the topic of not being able to use the work, we have been clear and we've confirmed, and the IAASB has confirmed very strongly that they agree with us that you cannot use the work if it's not CCO. So the intent is not to convey that there's some back door you can get through to do that. So we'll look at that and clear that up.
Yeah. Thank you, Laurie. Amarjit, please.
So I had a very minor drafting point. Do you really want to say might applicable professional standards might address? Is it intentional or you want to make it a little stronger?
Did we do that because we were thinking about whether there's more than just the IAASB standards?
Yeah. It's not necessary. It could be other professional standards other than the IAASB. So that's why there's that might.
No, because I sensed a bit of a disconnect in what you're saying in A and B, in the sense that there's a strong desire for A and B, but there the use of word might sort of,
Yeah.
So that disconnect I was just wondering about. A very minor point. I mean, just think about it.
We will have a think. I think it's driven, Amanjeet, really by this idea that, like, we know the IAASB standard has those factors, but other professional standards related to the underlying work, engineering standards, say, or things like that, may or may not have these things. And I think we were mindful of that, and that's how we landed on that word. But we'll have a rethink with the task force if there's a way we can address that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, not anymore. No. Okay. So any other comments? No, you're fine. So Cam, back to you.
So on the same topic of CCO and the CCO evaluation, the ethics provisions focus on external experts, while the ISA 620 and ISA 5000, they focus on both external experts and internal experts. So there was a question as to why this difference in scope and also some duplication in the CCO considerations that are outlined in both the performance and ethical standards. So where we arose to both the IESB and IESBA is that this difference in scope in terms of internal experts and external experts, and also the duplication of CCO considerations where necessary, obviously is deliberate. So regarding the type of engagement, the ISAs and the ISA, they are focused on audit and assurance engagements, whereas for IESBA, it also focuses on NAS engagements. And so therefore, in terms of the factors that are included for CCO, this has to be included in both sets of standards. Regarding the scoping in terms of the IESBA focusing on external experts, whereas the IESB focusing on both external and internal experts. If the board recalls, the IESBA in developing its ED did consider including internal experts within its scope. And we did have a long debate. The board had a long debate about this inclusion. Finally, recognizing that for internal experts, as we call it, they would already be subject to the firm's quality management and other policies and procedures for hiring and competence and etc. And the code is already the firm personnel is already subject to the provisions of the code in general. So therefore, it would be more direct and practical to focus the IESBA provisions on just the external expert provisions. And this was included in the explanatory memorandum. So with this, we've landed on, for the CCO, coordinated approach, and just bearing in mind that the IESB also have a project earmarked as part of their work plan to revise other related expert standards in their suite. So for example, ISA 620 and any other standards that would be impacted by the experts project. So they will be considering the experts provisions in their narrow scope project. Lori, passing to you.
Well, I think we'll pause there in case does anybody have a comment on that? I know we all discussed that before, but I think, again, that was ED comments that we were sort of dealing with around that. Okay, so we don't have to go back to internal experts, and our flow chart, since we're big on flow charts today, which I'm a big fan of, we do cover that off in the flow chart. So, okay, so we are back on Thursday morning to dig through.
Oh, we have just one more.
Sorry, do we?
Sorry. Yeah, we do. Sorry. So just really quickly. Yeah. The second coordination issue we had, the final one was the definition of expertise.
Oh my gosh, we can't go there again.
Yeah. So in the ED, the definition of expertise was proposed as knowledge and skills in a particular field. And this was different from what was in ISA 620, which was skills, knowledge, and experience in a particular field. Obviously, the rationale was included in the EM and explained, but based on comment letter responses, we've noted an overwhelming feedback that the element of experience should be included in the definition. And so therefore, are the revisions, the definition of expertise now align with ISO 620. So the coordination outcome is fully aligned. Back to you, Lori.
Yes, that's the big message. So
Yeah.
I think successful discussion will take the comments today on board. Anybody who has additional comments before Thursday, we had somebody come up today with a good one that we'll look at. We'll obviously hear, and we're open to all of those and look forward to working through the draft of the revised text to where we are now and picking up comments. We have a task force meeting, obviously Thursday night as well, to wash those through. And hopefully we can land the plane on most of the major things so that if there is more drafting work or revision work, we have great clarity on exactly what that might be. Ken?
Yes, thank you, Laurie. I just wanted to remind the board that there is a joint coordination team meeting during the lunchtime tomorrow with the IESBA team. And during that meeting, the two task forces on sustainability and experts will bring back to the joint coordination meeting all the matters that came out of the discussions today, including on experts.
Yeah.
When it comes to matters of drafting or wording, it's going to be important to try to get to a coordinated position by the end of the Tuesday lunchtime meeting, because the task forces will need to come back to the joint plenary on Wednesday morning with what would be their recommendations or final proposals in terms of the wording in relation to those matters. Because while this board will have another opportunity to come back to the draft provisions before December, this will be the IESB's last chance before it takes its vote on the final standard at the end of this week. So as we were discussing precisely the wording of the bridge provision earlier on, it's going to be important to essentially for this board to reach a level of comfort on the wording of this provision, because in fact this wording has been agreed with the IESB task force. This is going to their board as well today, so we will exchange notes tomorrow and see where they have landed on their side and if there are going to be any changes on their side. But it will be important that at least from their perspective, again, it's very conscious that they are in their final discussions with a view to approval of their standard at the end of this week, that this board gives them basically a signal that it is comfortable with where it has landed on those various matters of coordination. Insofar as the wording is concerned, it may be that there are on certain issues, especially in the context of the sustainability discussions earlier today, where there have been discussions around concepts such as component, value chain component, etc. If there is more work that needs to be done in terms of what should be the independence approach, that in principle should be fine for IESBA to continue its deliberations through December. But as long as we don't go back and revisit the definitions of the concepts, because that's what's going to create some issues on their side. If this board will need to revisit the definitions or will not agree to what has been proposed in terms of the key terms and the concepts. So just bear that in mind as the task forces especially go through their discussions later this evening, and coming back tomorrow, if there are any matters that might come out of those discussions, it would be important to be able to bring those to the board's attention tomorrow morning before the joint coordination meeting during the lunchtime.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken. Laura?
If I could just mention just regarding what Ken said in respect of necessary coordination, just to inform the board that we received a message from Claire from the IESB staff on the sustainability task force. And they said they had no changes to any coordination issues on their meeting because they're having it at the same time. So I think it's good news.
Yeah, good news.
Okay. At least it makes our lives easier, which is good news. Laura, Cam, anything else?
No, I think that's it for today.
Okay, so I'm surprised, but it's rarely happens, but we are finishing very early, which is good because it will give everybody space to reflect and rest a little bit. I just like, can you please just guide the members through tomorrow's agenda because it's a little bit different and bumpy. Starts later. We'll go out for dinner, part of us. So it starts at 10, right?
Yes, as per the schedule, the board will reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. There will be some breakfast available here. I think the board has been advised not to come earlier than 9 a.m. I don't know if that's Stu's around. Is it? Okay, so yeah.
So we'll be here from 8 a.m.
From 8 a.m. So at 8 a.m. the offices will be open and there will be breakfast here as well. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. So there is some there's going to be some recording activities in connection with the Global Ethics Day, and board members have been approached to indicate their availabilities, etc., for tomorrow morning. So if you have not done that already, if you can just complete the worksheet. And then that will get done during the time frame of 8 to 10 a.m. And then we'll restart the board meeting at 10 a.m. with workstream 2. Yes, Christian.
Is it possible or not to start the first session, and because we have 1 hour in advance, if we can just fulfill a little bit in advance the rest of our agenda? Would it be possible or it's not?
You mean now?
Yes. We are early by 1 hour. I don't know if other topics tomorrow and Wednesday will take a little bit longer than we expect. And so the question is, can we start or not?
Yeah, I am conscious that there have been quite a number of matters raised during the workstream 1 discussions, and I think workstream 1 will benefit
It needs to be worked out.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So we give that time to prepare.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it means that for today we are ready to go shopping or whatever, working, meeting. And thank you very much for this very good first day. And I really mean it. I think I'm very happy with where we are today. I hope that the rest of the days go as well as this one. And wish you a very nice evening and wait for you tomorrow at 10, if not before. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For experts, do we need to also discuss tomorrow?
So struggling.